Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the semifinals of the ICSA College Sailing Open Fleet Race National Championship. I'm Gloria Kevlicu. I'm joined by Charlie Lomax.
Thank you, Gloria.
Awesome. So, everyone, as you know it, welcome to the Zim Pre-Show.
Good morning, good afternoon. This morning, Gloria and I had the privilege of talking to a few of the sailors and a few of the coaches, and they let us discuss some tactics and some insight that they had about yesterday's sailing and some of their goals and hopes for today.
Oh, yeah. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at those?
You know, right now, especially in our fleet, we're in the Western Fleet right now, the score gap from, we're in 8th right now, we're 10 points out of 2nd, and we're just as close to not qualifying, so the gap from 2nd to about 11th is, I think, less than 20 points, so it's sort of an interesting scenario where when you're on the verge of that fringe spot, where oftentimes you're looking at 1 or 2 teams that you have to think about, you got to be mindful of where they are in the races. Right now, we've got basically half the regatta in fighting contention right now, so really, it makes things easier for us. All we have to do is go out, sail our best races, focus on ourselves. We can't really get too hung up on any one team, and yeah, you know, if we do that well, we'll find ourselves in a qualifying spot.
We are in the top 9, but we are very close to being outside the bubble. We were expecting a little bit lighter breeze today, and so we thought we might maybe only have a couple of races where we had to be really clutch. And we have a lot of sailors here, we have a lot of different boats, and in a very bizarro coaching move, I just asked people last night, I'm like, who's feeling really clutch? We don't get this many opportunities in sailing, unlike some other sports, to, you know, basketball, you got 3 seconds left, who are you getting that ball to kind of moments. We don't have that in sailing very often. So we were talking about who's feeling really good, who's feeling really confident, but turns out maybe that play, like, we're not even gonna need it today, because the breeze is way better than expected and we might get a ton of racing in.
Yeah, we're psyched for today. I think our team captain and our breakdown said it best. We're not 10 points out of 10th, we're 13 points out of 2nd, and that's sort of how we're approaching the day.
Definitely a little bit of work to do today. One of the things we talked about last night at the end of the day was how close all the teams are, and there's only 36 points between us and 12th and the team in 2nd place, and only 26 points, excuse me, 26 points between us and 2nd, and only 13 between us and getting into that 9th spot. So that's, you know, doesn't take a lot of work to get that done. And I talked to the team about just, you know, doing what we've been doing well all season, keeping it simple, working hard, leaving it all out there. And, you know, we feel like, you know, we didn't sail quite as well as we could have yesterday, even though we had a couple of really good races. And so we're kind of channeling that energy from what worked yesterday and bringing that into today, and hoping to close it out strongly. Glad there's good breeze today and that we can actually get racing.
You had an awesome day yesterday, and what were your keys to success?
You know, trying to get off the line in the first row was pretty important. It's easy to get swallowed up, and then keeping an eye on what the current was doing was pretty important. A lot of current moving up the course, and there was a bit more of it on the right, so trying to get out to the right side kind of give you an advantage on the upwinds. So.
Nice. Well, we have slightly different conditions today. What do you think is going to work? What's your change in strategy today versus yesterday?
So, switching into the FJs from the 420s, you know, a little bit more slidey on the starts. So with the current, just keeping, you know, good flow, good boat handling on the starting line, just to be in the front row and keeping the boat going quick is my #1 goal.
The Western semifinal is really close. You know, I mean, one set right now can kind of make or break. You know, and long day of racing. I mean, last night we preached what we've been preaching all along. Just take one race at a time, one set at a time, not worry about the scores, and let our boat speed do the talking. Great condition out here today, and good place to sail at Kings Point. I was here for 10 years, and glad to be back.
It's a big transition to switch from FJs to 420s. The wind is a little bit different today too, so we're going to keep those things in mind, checking the carts, what holes we want it at. Also, heel and angle is going to be a big thing for us. Playing with it a little bit at the beginning to see if we like how we're going to be sailing boats.
Yeah, just taking a look. So the craziest part about these semis is I don't think I've ever seen such close scores after day one. It was neck and neck, especially in the Western semifinal. We saw that there was a massive lineup of teams that were just points, just like we're talking like 2 points apart from one another.
Yeah, Gloria, I'm looking at it right now. It's so tight between the teams in 6th and 12th. And I spent some time on the dock talking to some of the coaches. And it seems like quite a few of the sailing teams decided not to put their starters in out of the gate. And they decided to sail some of their freshmen or younger sailors that they're trying to develop. But what that's led to is this such a tight gap, because these teams now that should have been comfortably in the top 9 are now fighting for spots all of a sudden.
Right, and you see that Stanford now, these are the most up-to-date. Stanford's now leading in the, let me confirm this, in the Western semifinals. So in the Western, we see that Stanford is leading with 120 points. Harvard is just right behind with 126. In third, we have the Georgetown Hoyas, and in fourth, Bowdoin Polar Bears. So, let's talk about that point spread between Georgetown Hoyas, and you even look into 6th place, they're just about 19 points apart from one another. So you've got Charleston Cougars with 149 points in 5th. Dartmouth Big Green with 150 points. And then you've got the Coast Guard Bears just trailing behind with 153 points, tied with the BC Eagles with 153 points as well. And the Rhode Island Rams just clawing their way back into the top 9 with 156 points.
Yeah, and Rhode Island has done an incredible job in A Division. Kiro just went out and did 2 first places in their last race.
Wow.
So he's got something figured out.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is Kareem Erkman. So he's been definitely one of their more outstanding sailors, and we saw him really stepping up to the plate in last year's semis as well. So I'm not even surprised that he just put up a picket fence there.
Yeah, I don't think any team, whether in the Eastern or Western, should feel any sort of stability or safety, really. I mean, anything outside of those top 3 teams in each division is they're one bad set away.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Eastern semifinals. They also have some pretty tight racing. Like, for those of you that are watching from home and are like, well, what does all this matter? Who's winning the national championship? Keep in mind, these teams are fighting for top 9 right now, so that way they can have a chance at winning the national championship. So in the Eastern semifinals, we see Yale Bulldogs leading with 101 points. The Brown Bears right behind them with 110 points. In third, the Navy Midshipmen, 113 points. In fourth, the St. Mary's Seahawks with 117 points. Let's go ahead and take a look. We've got in fifth, the Tufts Jumbos with 118 points. The Pennsylvania Quakers in sixth with 120 points. In seventh, Miami Hurricanes, 153 points. And then these are kind of the teams that we're looking out for, especially. In eighth, the MIT Engineers with 162 points. Webb tied with them right now. Webb Institute Clippers, 162 points as well, just holding on to that top 9 spot. And then we've got the Roger Williams Hawks with 171 points and the Tulane Green Wave with 176. So, Charlie, which teams are you looking at today?
I would be keeping my eye on Roger Williams right now. I know that they sailed their freshmen out of the gate, and I believe they have 2 new skippers in and crews in this afternoon for the rest. So they're ready to be coming on a charge. Also, I'm looking just at Webb's. They've been on a tear these last 4 races in A Division. A 7-7, 1, and 6. So those are 2 teams I would be keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, so definitely want to take a look at the points, and we're constantly going to be trying to update you guys because today's racing is going to be so crucial. I mean, we're talking. You are fighting skin and teeth, and whatever the saying is, just to climb your way to the top 9. And so, that's a tough spot to be in. The pressure is on, and we're seeing as more and more races go on, more and more teams are starting to get locked into the semifinals. So it's interesting watching how much how much the teams are moving around in the semifinals. At the end of the day yesterday, we saw a lot of these teams that are now leading. They were pretty far behind, and now as more and more races are going on, the better and more locked in we're starting to see teams. But I'll tell you what, ninth place is still not locked in.
Ninth place is definitely locked in. Not locked in, apologies. And right now today, too, essentially, we've been watching these last few races, and if you see the scores, there's been some massive swings. And what's been going on the race course is we've been having changing current, right, that has shifted what side of the course was working in the morning versus now in the afternoon. And there were teams that were able to adapt and recognize that quickly, and a few teams that were caught slacking and lagging behind.
Yeah, so, that's this is all going to be a very big day, folks. So definitely stay tuned. And, like we said, this is the Zim pre-show. Just hold on to your seats as we take a quick break.
Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
All right, and so now we're in it. This is the live coverage, so we're going to keep you up to date as best as we can with what is going on on the water. Charlie, what have we been seeing so far?
Right now, we are watching St. Mary's in boat 1, I believe they're in the first, just cruising away from the pack. Right behind them, that's number 9. 9 should be, is it the Yale Bulldogs? So 2 teams that are very comfortable right now with where they're at. Yeah, it's interesting to see. So they're setting up, it looks like, for the right-hand turn gate. So in the last hour or so, Julia, we watched that the right side of the race course became more and more powerful. And what was working for the teams was that the current actually on the right side of the race course had shifted before the far side. So the boats that were able to work out to the right side were getting this huge acceleration up. But I'm assuming now that we're seeing these teams starting to re-favor and send it back to the left, that I believe that current out there is shifted, and they are now all getting ready to do right-hand turns, and a lot of the teams are going to be sending it out left, looking for pressure.
Yeah, and St. Mary's is doing a pretty good job of so far balancing out the fleet. If you're one of those leading boats, one of the best quotes that was always told to me is, if you're winning, keep the fleet under your boom.
I like that.
Yeah.
I was always told stay between the fleet and the mark.
Oh, interesting.
Similar concepts.
Yeah, well, yeah. So it was one thing. It was like if I was ever leading, I'm like constantly looking under my boom. I'm like, is everybody there? Is everybody there?
Yeah.
But yeah, what a strong position they look like out left right now. They look like they're cruising.
Yeah, and we just showed here we go. We got a great shot of the fleet. You can see that there's not a lot of creativity out there, right? A lot of the fleet is on port tack, and they're really what they are is just they've been riding this left-hand shift that just tends to wind the boats up as they work their way up the race course. You can't see the Wimmer mark on your screen, but it's just off to the right there. So everyone is keeping their bows pointed towards the mark and just cruising along. One of the big things I've noticed is that there seems to be teams in certain races that are on the pace and some that are not. And if you're not on the pace, you're having a really tough time keeping the boat working through the chop and in the current and through the fleet.
Those of you that are watching from home or from just around the corner here, this is Eastern 9B. We've locked it down today. We've really locked it down today because I'll tell you what, it is hard to keep track of the Eastern and Western, but today we have it unlocked. This is Eastern 9B. You see that is the St. Mary's Seahawks in boat 1, and boat 9, the Yale Bulldogs, and boat 3, the Tulane Green Waves. You know what? They need this race. They need this. They need this score. They're right on 11th place, and like we talked about yesterday, right? We're like, okay, if we can think about a team that we think is going to claw their way up to top 9, we think it's Tulane because they're hungry for the trophy again. They won last year on their home waters, first time in school history, if I'm not mistaken, and I think that they want it more than a lot of these. Maybe not more than other teams, but they definitely they have something to prove.
Yeah, I think they all want it pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can just see boat 3 from Tulane there, right? So that's them. So what we're seeing is them fighting through a righty. So they're coming back towards the fleet now. It's interesting. We're looking at these crosses. I don't think Tulane's going to be having the cross here. Hopefully, we should see them stepping back out to the right. But it doesn't look like it. They might pass through the fleet. I don't know if that's a great call for them.
No, now that we're kind of taking a look at it, it does look like they're taking a little bit of ducks here. Like you were saying, Charlie, I think the left looks good.
Yeah.
Left looks good.
That's where you want to be. In these conditions with current equal, you want to be out there. It's a bit more open water. You're going to get these longer, more persistent shifts that tend to just kind of wind and keep sitting there. You run out of space on the right to find anything, and you find yourself kind of on the clock, hoping and praying that something will come to you.
Yeah, you're right. And just folks, also those of you that are watching at home, some of the teams in particular we really want to be watching for the Eastern right now is UMiami Hurricanes, MIT Engineers, Webb Institute, Roger Williams, and Tulane. I think those in terms of point spread are the closest. UMiami has 153 points, and in 11th, Tulane has 176. So we're talking if Tulane gets a really good set, and if UMiami gets a really bad set, hypothetically speaking here, right? I'll knock on some wood for them. Essentially what that means is that those two could get completely flopped. And these are all the teams that are so close in terms of point spread that we most certainly want to be keeping an eye on them. So UMiami is going to be in boat, and let me just confirm this. UMiami is going to be in boat 6 in this race. MIT is in boat 16. Webb Institute is in boat 8. Roger Williams is in 18. And Tulane is in boat 3. What do you think, Charlie?
Yeah, so we just saw 1 and 9, right? So those were our 2 leaders. They were able to maintain the win. I just saw boat 8. Yeah, here we can see Tulane and boat 3 coming into the mark. So they're going to be 5th. This is a good race for them. They need these points. And it looks like a lot of their competition is pretty far behind.
Look at that. That's MIT Engineers boat 16 rounding in 3rd in this race. There's a Tufts Jumbos rounding in 4th.
There we are. We see, what's that? Quakers, and then followed right behind them is the Boston University Terriers, and then in boat 6 right there is UMiami Hurricanes. So that's about 4 points that they're that Tulane is getting back over the Hurricanes, and it's not, we've got this battle is not. It's not the battle, it's the war, they say. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, it's not the battle, it's the war.
You just need those small 4 points here, 5 points there. You don't need to do it all in one race.
Yeah, it's definitely just like, it's all a matter of just trying to be consistent as possible and avoid the double digits. Right now, like, avoiding the double digits is going to be major. And, it's funny, the breeze is definitely up today, which is funny because I don't think any of us were really expecting this.
I felt confident in the KP coming through. It's not a Sunday. It's only dead here on Sundays.
Oh,
it's
interesting.
Windy every other day of the week. This is what we get to practice in all the time.
Wow.
I promise.
Aren't you lucky? Yeah, St. Mary's is a toss-up. It's a hit or miss in terms of breeze. It's either howling or pretty light.
So we're seeing a lot of the fleet here on starboard. So a lot of the teams decided to jibe out at the mark. So they're definitely showing top right pressure here. And hopefully some of these other teams that are getting ready to go sailing or standing on the pier are noting this. This is slightly different than what it's been this morning and early into this afternoon.
Yeah, I would like the breeze to be up if I was out there sailing. Just because I'm like, you know what, let's get these races in. Keep in mind, folks, there is a cutoff time of 5 o'clock today. So we do have to keep that in mind. They're going to try and get as many races as possible until then. And Charlie, I can't help but think, with the forecast already being unlike what it was supposed to be. Do you think that later on today we're going to see a drop in the breeze?
I don't expect anything crazy. I think we'll have this. I think there's a chance it could soften up a little bit towards the evening as the sun gets low. But I think they're going to have just a lovely day sailing again like yesterday. I truly believe it's going to hold on.
All right, you're quite confident in that.
Very confident.
You're very confident in that.
So we're watching the FJs come down. You can hear our PRO, Kyle Assad, discussing. So, it's always difficult for the race committee to balance between the two fleets. He's theoretically running two separate regattas right now at the same time. He's been doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, I think he's been doing an excellent job. And yesterday, the breeze did die, right? So, the breeze was up. And then once it hit around 5:30, which was just right after the last race was already starting to get a little bit dicey and light. And then I think Kyle is just a wizard of some sort because he must have known somehow that, he did know the breeze died. The breeze died the moment they were coming off the water. So it was a really excellent call on his part, and kudos to him because I didn't even see that coming. And, so the breeze completely died and it never came back on really for the rest of the night. So it was I swear, I think he's got some kind of telepathy.
Some secret glasses that allow him to see into the future. Huh?
Exactly. I'm convinced personally. So
we can just see how tight this fleet is too, right? I mean, they're coming into the finish here, Julia, and everyone is still Gloria. I did it yesterday too. Everyone is just so tightly packed together.
Wow. Yeah, no, these are definitely much tighter races. I mean, everything, way more is on the line today than it was yesterday. So we're going to be seeing a lot more tight racing, and people are going to be fighting for this. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw some protests going on today. What do you think of that?
Yeah, they're going to definitely be going a little bit more for blood, right? All right, so we just saw that was St. Mary's finishing very confidently. Behind them is going to be Yale. I believe was in second. Sorry, who am I seeing? Was it Yale in second?
Yeah.
Is that who we had? Yeah. And then here, this is what we want to look for, right? So in 16, we have MIT, the engineers, right? So they're one of our teams to watch. Then we have 2 places behind them, and 3 we had Tulane. And then I can't see we have...
That's a great race for Tulane.
Yeah, that's great. Good scores for Tulane.
Yeah, so it looks like the scores were just put in for the prior race. So this was, what you just watched, was race 10B, which is totally fine. That was 10B of the Eastern. And the next race coming up will be the 11A race in FJs for the Western.
Oh, nice. You know who I haven't seen in the pack?
Who?
Roger Williams. They're one of our teams on the cut to watch.
They are. They are indeed. Roger Williams was in boat 18.
Yeah. Oh. Wow. That's a tough one for them.
Yeah. I mean, so I truly trust Amanda Callahan, though. As you saw in her interview, Amanda was like, hey, we're an honest team here. Who's feeling the sharpest? Who's ready to go just rock it?
Who wants it the most?
Who wants it? Exactly. Who's feeling rested and be honest? And that requires a lot of honesty and trust in your teammates as well. When you're asked who thinks they've got it in them today, you got to fight for it.
Yeah.
So
here they go in. So like we said, that was the end of the set. That was 10. What was that? 10B for the Eastern.
Yep.
So they're going to come in and rotate now and send their A division skippers and crews back out.
Yep.
Interesting. It'll be nice to see if anyone can save it for the team, right? I always liked rotating with my A and B crew. I didn't like when we had both fleets on the water at the same time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, why don't we take a look at the Eastern 9B results? Since we're just going to wait a little bit for them to put in race 10B results. But while we have them, let's take a look at 9. So here you see, well done by the Bulldogs. What a set for them. That's a 1-2 set. We know that not because the score was put in, but you saw it on your view. So we've got Brown Bears. They had a great first race. I'm not sure where they finished in that second one. St. Mary's Seahawks, that's a strong set for the Seahawks. That's going to be a 3-1. Navy Midshipmen had a 7. That's great. They're kind of really gluing in their lead there. Tufts with a 5. Now, that was a little bit of a tough set for Penn there, or the first race at least.
The first race, for sure. I think it was more back to their bread and butter. A nice, like, solid 7. Get your head set. You know, they don't really need it as much as you know, our 7th place team right behind them, Miami, did. They had a good race too, but a tough first one. Look at that, 14. So that's really good to see them bounce back, you know, and be able to come back to what I believe it was a 4th they crossed the line in.
Yeah, and then same thing with MIT. MIT rounded that windward mark in 3rd, which should kind of balance out that 12. But I'm curious to see. I feel like these teams that were kind of on the cusp. Roger Williams had a 6th in the first race, but a tough second race. So I'm curious to see. This is exactly what we mean is like that, you know, the up and the down. The scores are shifting nonstop. So I think it's going to be a fight for 9th place until truly the last race of the day.
Yeah, and I don't envy any of the coaches or the sailors because, you know, from experience, it's one thing when you have one team or, you know, maybe 2 teams that you want to keep an eye on throughout the race. Maybe someone that you're going to get personal. Make sure you tack on them, you know, not give them a cross. But trying to manage 5 different teams that you're not allowed to let cross or go in the zone. And for coaches trying to do the math and think about sailors and then you're trying to match up your sailors against the others. It's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, I'm definitely not envious. That's for sure. And you're right. It's the best part. I mean, the most interesting part for us, I guess, as commentators. Not so much fun for the sailors themselves, but it almost turns into a match race in that final race of the day.
It does. It gets very competitive between those final 2 teams.
Yeah, and now the scores have been updated. We love up to date. Looks like the race committee just plugged these in. So let's take a look at where the standings are now. That set for St. Mary's pushed them up into 2nd, but Yale has got quite a lead, so I think they're quite chilling, you know. Brown Bears with 125 points. Navy Midshipmen tied for 4th with Tufts Jumbos, both with 127 points. Penn Quakers got a 6th in that second race. That's good because that's kind of a little bit of balance to that 13th. Looks like they might have lost a few boats around the top mark. Miami, a little bit of a tough set in my eyes with 176 points in 7th. In 8th, we have MIT. They finished in that 3rd. That's well done with 177 points. And then 9th place is now 195 points. Ooh. That's a 2-way tie for 9th.
Yeah, so we can see. I mean, that Tulane we knew had a lot of work to do, but it actually was a good race for them. And I think that helped move them up a touch. But yeah, those 3 teams, Roger Williams.
4.
Yeah.
Cornell and Tulane both tied with 197. That's 2 points out from 9th.
Yep, they're right there. Yeah, they've just made it more interesting for us. That's all.
And Cornell kind of throwing themselves into the mix, huh? Cornell had a 2 and a 13, and really, you know, they're ready to fight. I didn't even really count them in too much.
And so here we are at the start of Western Race 11A in the Z420s. Good line. Good start. We didn't hear any OCSs. Right there is the URI Rams, right? So I spoke with Matt today, and I had a chance to talk with their skipper, Ine. He loves that late at the boat tack out. He's been doing that. But, I mean, to his credit, he got him 2 bullets, so here he's back again trying to see. But we discussed earlier about the shifting current, you know, and the left side really paying in that last race that we just watched in the Eastern. So I don't know if it's going to work for him, but hopefully he's got the boat speed to get it done.
Yeah, the right side is definitely difficult, as we've kind of been seeing. But we saw some players still come out kind of all right out of there. Looks like going right as well as boat 10. That is the Bowdoin Polar Bears, who are sitting actually pretty comfortably. So I'm curious, like they're kind of leading in their semifinal section. So it's one of those things. It's if you're one of the other guys and you're like, hey, I know Bowdoin's been doing pretty well. Do you think there's going to be more people following him out to that side?
I think so. I mean, watching Bowdoin and URI, both teams, one that's sailing really hot but is on the cusp, URI, and one that's sailing very well and very comfortably is Bowdoin. Seeing them both go out right is a good indicator that some of these top sailors in there right now are still really liking that right side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well is, Charlie, in your eyes, you're sailing this event, right? Hypothetically. What are you doing? Are you going to a side where you can get clean air and kind of just vibe and finish single digit, maybe not win the race? Or are you kind of taking that higher risk and you're like, I'm going to win the side that is right?
Oh, no, I'm going consistent in this. I'm sticking with the teams I need to stick with, and I'm just hammering away the points. And maybe if I get the chance, give them a little
something,
push
something
backwards. Yeah, a little tack on them, a little shutout.
Well, I'll tell you what, right now, Kareem Erkman, Class 25, University of Rhode Island Rams, he's winning A Division right now in the Western semifinals. So he's somebody that, maybe I'd be following him out to the right side here. I mean, he's winning his division by 11 points.
I would totally be seeing what he's doing and following after him. He's trying to make it 3 wins in a row right now.
Good for him, honestly. I gotta respect it. And I can't help but mention that I'm staying quite warm right now, and wearing my lovely Coral Reef fleece zip-up sweater right now. I'm staying nice and warm in the booth. I've got this incredible logo made by Coral Reef. I mean, these logos are unreal, and it was so easy to get it. I just went to the online store where they had all of our regatta branded stuff. I got some t-shirts, I got this nice sweater, I got my vests there, and it's as simple as going to coralreefsailing.com, and it was so easy to order this. Take a look, folks. Regatta branded. Here we go. Oh, new boot goofing, but new sweater goofing. What do you think of my sweater?
It's nice. I like the tech gear.
So nice.
It's
lovely, and they have
nice
everything.
fleece.
Yeah, that's right. Look at that brand.
Look at the skyline.
Look at this logo. Look at that. That's New York City. We got sailboats.
You can see. So you can notice on the logo they have the Chrysler building. And here's a fun fact. We are at the old Chrysler estate. That is the Kings Point campus.
No kidding.
Yeah, so they really did a good job with it.
Lovely. Yeah, I can't complain. All right, let's take a look at this race 11A of the Open semifinals Western. They're 4 minutes after their start. Who do we want to be looking at in this race? Well, I'll tell you that. You want to be looking for Boat 2. That's SUNY Maritime Privateers. You're going to want to be looking for Boat 4, Coast Guard Bears. You're going to want to look for the URI Rams, Boat 9. And you're going to want to look for 2 more boats, Boat 11, Boston College Eagles, and Boat 17, the Fordham Rams. These are all the teams that are really close and kind of fighting and battling for that top 9 spot. So definitely keep an eye out on it. And I want to see, how is URI doing out of that right side?
Yeah, let's see. Wait, I don't know. Let's see if we can get a closer look here. We can see Dartmouth. So these seem to be boats we saw going out towards the right. Right now, as we're panning, we can see a lot of boats stacked up on starboard tack. So they're showing this top right shift. We're starting to see people flop back and get set up for the ley line. Yeah, so here we go. Here's a great shot of everyone coming in. So you can see there's a lot of people overstanding. And I know our coverage just began momentarily ago, but this morning the current had been ripping the other way, and we saw a lot of chaos. So at least with a different current, maybe everyone should be a little bit more civilized at the top of the mark.
You know who I wouldn't want to be is coming in on port right now, quite honestly. Oh,
yeah, that's the
somehow
Cougars
finessed.
There. We'll see.
13 Cougars. They really finessed that.
Yeah,
well
so
done.
It looks first around, Boat 2, SUNY Maritime.
They need that. They need that race.
They really do. Good for. Oh, I apologize. Dartmouth. SUNY is in second. And then we've got Stanford in third place coming around. And then Boat 1, that was Harvard. a lot of boats are jibing here, huh? There they were. There just went the Rams. So it worked out well. It looked like you or I was in the top 4. So
there you go. And leading in the SUNY Maritime boat was, or second around that race, which once again they're on the cusp here, folks. I saw his parents, but it was Benton Amthor, who's a senior, class of 23. I can't believe he's already so grown up. I've known him since his Opti days, or maybe a little bit after. And his crew, Mark Modzalewski.
Yeah, he got there.
Class of 23. 2 seniors, right? So they want it.
They're here for it.
They want it.
Yeah,
I
they
couldn't
want
have
their
said it
shot
better.
at it. They know that it's their last shot. Last shot at national title.
Yeah, and definitely very talented sailors. So I'm curious to see how if they're able to hold this lead in this race. But if I know anything, he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Say, do you think he's thinking about it that way, as it's his last college event, or is this just another day of racing for him?
Is it just another day? Honestly, the kid's got grit.
Yeah.
I think for him, he's like, you know what? I got to go out with a bang. Let's go.
Right.
Let's go. Let's throttle down here. So
the nice thing about the AB format that we do in college sailing is nice, and really, you don't have to worry about the scores. All you can do is go out, do your job, come home.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. And at the end of the day, you learned something and you made some friends, hopefully. Or enemies. I don't know. I don't know. Well, if you sit on somebody on the downwind, you've definitely made an enemy.
You gotta have both, though.
Yeah.
It makes it exciting.
Who is your enemy? Just kidding. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. That's okay. All right. Well, where are those other boats we're looking for? We're looking for a boat 4. They look like they're looking upwind on the left, kind of middle of the pack there. If I were them, I'd be like, I want to get my mark room, So I would be, if I were them, I'd kind of be pushing to get out of the middle of those 2 boats somehow, one way or another. Just make sure you're going to get around that mark clean. And then another boat we're looking for, where's boat 9? Were they able to hold that lead a bit? As well as boat 11, the Boston College Eagles, which I'm sure that
there's 9 coming into focus there. I believe that's, who do you have in boat 9? Was that Rhode Island? Yeah, so they need some results here. They're also in our cusp. Let's see if we can see anything. I don't know. The jib works look a lot better today, right?
Oh, maybe it's because they heard you roasting everybody yesterday.
Everyone seems to be doing slightly better.
You have a wanted poster. I saw a bunch of crews holding a wanted poster. It's like Charlie Lomax was, or skippers rather. Charlie Lomax said I wasn't trimming my jib very well in the downwind, so.
Yeah, they're doing a good job in boat 9 of keeping their weight forward. I'm noticing that you can see how far forward the skipper is. He's holding the tail extension all the way at the end of it. And really, that's not just about getting the weight forward in the boat as much as it is about getting your weight together with your crew, right? These boats like to be sailed as one mass on the boat and not 2 different people.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you are on top of your crew if you're doing it right. You know what I mean? Like, you are uncomfortably close together. Like, there's been many a times where I'll just whisper sweet, sweet things in my crew's ear. Be like, hey, I like it when you're hiking so close to me. I don't know if they loved it, but I thought it was funny.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, probably not.
The crews always seem more serious,
Yeah, right? I'm like, relax.
Just out on the water.
Stay a little. All right, there we've got boat 5 splitting off the fleet. That is the Stanford Cardinal. Boat 2, there's the New York Maritime Privateers, followed by boat 15. That's Dartmouth Big Green. Look at that. Oh, and you know what's so funny about that? Boat 2, New York Maritime Privateers, and then Dartmouth, that was Boyd Bragg. Benton and Boyd, they both went to high school together at Christchurch in Virginia. So look at them. The 2 of them picked the mark together, and they were like, hey, best bud, let's go.
Let's go get this done.
Yeah. Exactly.
Go work together. No, it is a really cool feat of college sailing that you find yourself sailing against kids that you have sailed against your entire life.
Oh, yeah. And if I know anything about those two are still best buds. So both very talented sailors. I'll tell you what, Christchurch has pipelined so many strong college sailors, quite a few of All-Americans and so on. So there's definitely something in the water there in Virginia.
I will say, I'm sure there's no hesitation there to pinch him off or to to slam him to get what's done, knowing them.
He's like, you know what? I need you to attack. I need you to attack.
Yeah. We need to be out of here.
Right.
Right, so right now we're looking at 9. That's the Rams. Still coming back to the right side that they like. They seem to be following with Dartmouth. Were they in our cost? No, not quite. They're a little bit more.
They were at the end of day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Justin Assad was saying this morning, one of their players was like, you know what? We're just 10 points out of second.
Yeah.
Looks like they're doing quite comfortably now. So
Looking forward,
Yeah.
That's the name of the game.
we like that. There's that boat 4, Coast Guard Bears, just trailing behind 9. So that'll be a great race for them. So beautiful. Now, who I'm looking for that I just don't see too far up front is boat 11, the Boston College Eagles. Oof. I'm kind of spotting them, folks. Boat 11 is that back left boat on the left side. That's a tough spot to be in, Charlie.
It is. It really is. And we're just starting to see some of the boats on the right come back. So this will be a good indicator as to what side of the course worked out. But it's pretty apparent right now. It looks all right up top, huh?
Right? Yeah. I wish I had a good saying for the right side. I do for the left. It's left is law, but...
Right is right?
Yeah. No, that was just that simple. I just said once. I don't know why I never thought of that. Right is right.
Yeah, well, the left is not looking like the law for boat 11.
No.
Boston Eagles.
Yeah. Boat 17, kind of mid-fleet. That's another boat we want to be looking at in this race, the Fordham Rams. But if you think about it, they definitely want to stay ahead of the BC Eagles right now. So, yeah, because BC's sitting in 7th right now, tied for 7th with Dartmouth. So Dartmouth is kind of going to punch up a little bit. Or that's an A division. Pardon me, folks. Let me take a look at the overall.
Overall. Yep. Let's see here. Well, looks like... So we're seeing...
BC's in 9th. So this is going to be tough.
It's stressful. Well,
that's tough.
Well, Julia, we can see... I believe they've tacked back. It's hard to tell, but it's not over until it's over, right? They still got plenty of time to work towards the windward mark.
Yeah, so take it back. It looks like they crossed everybody. So
they're there. They've gone back,
they're up there.
They're up there. They're a little bit more in the mix than we gave them credit for.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I'll tell you what. The left looked bad, in my opinion. So pardon me. Go Eags.
Yeah.
Go Eagles.
What's been nice about this is, right, it's the aerial view that we get, right, to be able to see boat 11. Because from folks, where we're sitting in the commentating booth, it's so hard to see those distances away, right? So it's hard to judge those crosses from here on shore. But, man, being able to just look down on the competition, you can just see everything so much better.
That's very true, yeah. So it looks like boat 11 actually is doing a pretty good job of leading out from that left-hand side. I mean, right along with boat 13.
Big slam right there from the Charleston Cougars.
Oh, jeez.
Letting them know who's in charge.
Yeah.
That's really going to make it tough for Boston College now to make it back.
And that was a little bit of a tough tack. But there's boat 17, Fordham Rams. So I think if you're the Rams, oh, yeah. I mean, the Rams are currently 10 points behind BC, sitting in 10th. And the Rams are tied with SUNY.
Okay.
So... let's say SUNY takes second place in this race as they're actually rounding now in first place. SUNY Maritime, Benton, Amthor. Yeah. So let's say SUNY gets and just battling it out with Boyd Bragg. I love that. A little bit of high school teammate action there.
They got it done together.
So if SUNY hypothetically gets 1 here, and here's boat 17.
That's
Fordham.
The Rams.
Okay, so Fordham landing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, let's say they get 7th. Let's wait for boat 11 here. Okay, not.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, wow. 14 really just put it in there.
Yeah, that looks a little spicy. I don't see any yelling or head turns. It seems like everyone wants just to play on.
Yeah. So I think that this race will definitely change up the standings a bit. But then, the funny thing is, here's sailing. They got another race after that, and after that, and after that.
Just keep going.
Charlie, let's talk a little bit about sportsmanship.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. You're a sportsman. I like to think of myself as a sportswoman.
You are.
How much does sportsmanship mean to you? What does it mean to you?
I think it's what our sport's about. It's written into our rules, right? That we're a self-governed sport. So that means that we have to all do it together. The protests and we talk about in the room, but that's really if everything fails. And we like to see these situations handled on the water. And I think especially with a race and conditions like this, and in college sailing especially, right? You're going to sail so many races against these other people out there on the water. And you're going to be sailing against them for 4 years, or sometimes, like in my case, people for 13 years.
Or a lifetime.
Or a lifetime. So, we all travel. We all kind of like this weird, interesting, fascinating sport. And, it's so critical to make friends and build relationships in that activity.
Yeah, I can't help but harp on this every single time. Not harp on it, but super emphasize this. You will probably sail for the rest of your life, and you really just don't want to be known as that guy, that douchey guy on the water, because that will follow you. It absolutely will.
Well, and it makes it difficult too for them because, once you get out of dinghies in college, you stop fitting into a Club 420.
Right.
So now you need to convince significantly more people to go sailing with you.
Right.
And if you have a reputation, nobody's going to want to join you on the water.
Right. And also, it's just being a good sportsman makes this college sailing so much more fun. Right? Don't take the fun factor out, You put the fun factor in, and you can really make so many friends in the sport. And that's what I think matters at the end of the day. Nobody really remembers. Okay, sure, some people will remember, but not everyone will remember whether or not you're an All-American. A lot of people will remember the kind of person you were on and off the water. I think that goes such a long way.
Well, exactly. And a great example of this is a fellow American and a Coast Guard, Nikki Barnes, right? So an incredible sailor who has gone off to the Olympics and was the College Sailing Sportsperson of the Year.
Right.
So someone that shows that, there doesn't have to be a one or the other. You can be an incredible and extremely competitive sailor and still be a delight to have around.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah. Could not have said it better myself. Yeah, I think it's super easy to get competitive and forget about just being a good sport on the water. You know what I mean? If you foul, just do your spin. You know what I mean? And don't yell. Don't be rude. It's just a matter of having mutual respect for your peers, because you're all equally sacrificing the same things to be out there on the water. You're sacrificing your weekends and all that time, and so it's a mutual respect kind of thing, I think.
And so here we're just watching the boats coming into the finish line. We can see boat 9. That is the Rhode Island Rams. They are looking pretty strong. And there's Benton well out in the front. So, yeah, we can see two of our teams that we're keeping our eye on, right? The privateers. And here we go. Here's the scores to show us right in. Remembering that this is race 11A, so there's no line for it yet. But as soon as they finish, it'll be entered.
Yeah, so it looks like Stanford leading, followed by Georgetown, Harvard, Bowdoin. Then we've got Dartmouth, Coast Guard, Charleston, URI pushing up into 8th, and 9th, just by 1 point behind URI. We have BC Eagles, and 10th, tied for 10th, is Fordham Rams, New York Maritime Privateers, and then in 12th we have Florida State University. But here we see Boat 2, SUNY Maritime, Benton Amthor, and Crew Max.
Yeah, so
finishing with the one. We'll talk about a senior dub. That feels good.
Yeah. So now we really want to see how many boats are between them and BC, because BC we just said was in 9th. So Benton is looking here. He's probably going to be looking back. Yeah, we can see him counting boats behind him, trying to do a little math on the water himself to see, is he going to get it now, or has he still got more work to do?
Yeah, and let's take a look. Let's see where these other guys are finishing. Boat 4, 9, 11, and 17 is who we're looking for.
Yep, so here's
4
7.
finished before.
We just are about to see. So we're about to see from the right screen, it's going to be 18, and then, there's 17, just squeaking out of 13. And then it looked like 13, 10, 11 at the finish. So that's going to be a 14 for 11. Yeah, for Boston College.
That's tough for the Eagles.
Tough.
But I think they'll come back.
It's not over.
It's never over.
But that will throw SUNY Maritime up into that 9th place slot, that race right there.
I think so. And then, if I were BC, my biggest thing right now would be like, don't think about it. Give myself a minute to feel the emotions, right? Talk about with my crew and be like, what worked, what didn't work. Then clean slate, sing a song, jump up and down, do some jumping jacks, and be like, on to the next one. Boom, I'm doing my pre-start homework, and I'm like, I'm going to go nail this next one.
Yeah, completely, right? You just got to do a little bit of resets, a little bit of deep meditative breathing, maybe some stretching, and then you just get back into it. I used to give myself one tiller slam. That's all I would get. One slap of the tank with the tiller, and then maybe an expletive, and then we go on.
Oh, you were a tiller slammer.
But just one.
Just kidding. Just one, so that makes it okay.
That's all that I was allowed, was just one, and then we go.
Yeah, that's fair. That's okay.
I've never broken one either.
Oh, good for you.
It wasn't that hard.
Good for you.
It was more the noise that was,
It's all soft tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trying to think. I chuck some water. That's one. I heard somebody talk about that. They had somebody had told me, they were like, they put themselves into a routine for after a bad race, and it was essentially, the routine is you force yourself to do something in between a race to force yourself to reset. Like you put yourself in a routine, like retie your shoe, take a sip of water, and then go to the starting line again. And that forced them to essentially reset. It was crazy. It was cool.
We saw BC adjusting settings too, and I think that that's a great one too, where you just, you look to just take everything off, reapply all the settings, right? Take the auto off, put it back on, get it just fine-tuned right. Do the same thing with the Cunningham.
I like that.
Yeah. Set the boat, but make it a new boat.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's something, I feel like you don't see it pretty often, that what you wish to see more is people really adjusting their settings. Right? Jib tension, that's one that I probably adjusted more than the others. I think I always let my crew kind of do the Cunningham,
Yeah, sure.
And then the out haul, it was like, that's a little bit harder to adjust, I think, within the race. But jib tension, I think once I started realizing, I should be like adjusting this more often, then I started feel like I was sailing better.
It takes a lot of confidence too to get in. When you rotate into a boat, especially at an event like Nationals, right, where you have so many competitive good teams, it takes a bit of an ego to go, they don't know anything. We're going to change it all up, and I'm going to set it up for how I like it.
That's very true. Charlie, I hear word that we have updated scores.
Ooh, let's go back to them.
This is going to be spicy. All right, so as you know, kind of leading here, we have the Stanford Cardinal, the Georgetown Hoya, 3rd Harvard Crimson, 4th Dartmouth Big Green, and here's where it starts getting a little bit more spicy. We in 5th Bowdoin, 6th Coast Guard Bears, 7th Rhode Island Rams. They're kind of locking in that lead a little bit more. In 8th, we have the Charleston Cougars. Now they're in the mix a little bit. And 9th, SUNY Maritime with 177 points. Also pretty close to Charleston and URI, so we're going to want to keep an eye on those guys. BC Eagles with 180 points now in 10th, and the Fordham Rams now sitting in 11th with 187 points. So I'm already I'm taking my pen. I'm like, all right, which teams do we have to be looking at? So it looks like Florida State Seminoles have 212 points, a little bit out of the mix, but nothing cement. And the Connecticut College Camels also tied for 12th with 212 points.
No, I spoke to the College of Charleston coach, right? We were just discussing how tight it is actually for them. Couldn't be calmer. Just
Really?
another day at the office for them. So they seem pretty solid about their strategy.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, just confident, cool, and collected. So
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's definitely key, though. Also, wow, take a look at this barge. Just kind of, wait, that's like definitely, it's kind of up in there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So for those who can't see, there's a barge cruising down the right side of the race course.
Yeah,
We just watched a few of the boats avoid them.
Yeah. Oh, a little
he's
bit of
gone.
wakes. Oh, stunning. Yeah, let's,
But we can see right now what we're still looking at is the starting line, and it's quite busy.
Yeah.
A lot of boats getting ley lines, coming in, checking things out. Maybe giving some advice to the PRO about what he could do better.
oh, no. Like, you just love picking on Kyle, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. That is a big, you'll get, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Look at that barge. I mean, he was coming close to the right-hand boats. I mean, luckily it was Kyle. I'm telling you, I think you're giving him a little crap, but I'm gonna tell you what I think his telepathy is what predicted the exact moment that barge would cross with the
did.
fleet.
He
I
did.
think so. because that was like flawless timing. They like barely even needed to avoid that big bad boy.
Yeah,
Look at it.
He got it right. And we just heard this, so they just postponed the start real quick, actually, to let the barge go by.
Look at that.
Yeah, give everyone a chance to spectate. But we've restarted the sequence. We're back in it. And now you can see in the background the boat's starting to get closer, starting to gear up for another go at it.
It's funny how those vessels can sometimes, any vessel can give race committees a little bit of a hard time. Did you ever, were you at Newport Nationals? No?
I sailed one, but I don't think you were there. that
Okay,
year I was
got
there.
it. Okay, well, the 2019 one, there was apparently a cruise ship in the harbor. I'm saying apparently because it was in the middle of one of my races, and I was so locked into my race that I didn't see the massive cruise ship that apparently the PRO called into and forced the cruise ship to do a 360 and leave the harbor. And everybody was like, Gloria, like, did you see that thing? And I was like, no. And they're like, how did you miss that?
And here
So-
we go. Here's the start. This is race 12A of the Western Finals. Off we go. There's the Rams right at the boat end of the line,
Boat
like
9.
they've been in the last time.
What an excellent start by them. Look at them
Yeah.
just launching off that starting line.
We're seeing FSU.
Oh, is this we have some boats that were over. Wasn't sure if that was a general. Oh, he is really calling them
I
back.
believe it's a general recall.
You think so?
I'm going to guess so, just
don't know,
based on how
Kyle.
they're sailing. Here they all go back.
Yeah. So that's a general recall, folks. I really thought Kyle was just gonna call 10 boats over. Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We heard him give the call yesterday, right?
He
Of
did.
everyone but 16.
And then he also proceeded to say, I'm being nice. I'm being quite nice here. So
See, I don't think I'm fine chirping Kyle a bit because I know he's giving it to the sailors out there when
that's
he
fair.
thinks they're misbehaving.
Yeah. And Kyle. I mean, it's been, you guys have known each other for quite some time.
We
He's seen
do.
prepubescent Charlie.
Yes.
Yes. There we
Yes.
go. Sorry. Some of these words.
It's a weird thought. Speaking of Kyle, this is actually not the only regatta that he'll be in charge of. He is hosting the same regatta he's always hosted with his brother Justin later this summer for the junior sailors. So I imagine there'll be a lot of the coaches here scouting out some talent, trying to see who's going to do what. That regatta is the CJ Buckley team race, and it is now the U.S. Sailing C420 class team race national championships.
Yeah, amazing. And as some of you that may be listening, that is a really popular event. So I would say that I think some of us were crunching the numbers like we're mathematicians. And we believe that over 75% of the sailors that are here at this event have sailed at least one CJ Buckley.
It doesn't surprise me.
Nope.
But that's very impressive.
Have you sailed one?
I have.
I have also.
I've won one.
Well, I can't say I've won one, but wow, what was your team name, or do I not want to know?
No, we named it after Kyle Assault's wife, Lady Carolyn.
Right, I did know that.
Yeah.
I did. And now that sits on the trophy, doesn't it?
It does.
Amazing.
In memoriam. So he has to look at our joke every time he takes it out.
Yeah, you're something else, Charlie. I don't know if anybody's told you that yet.
The doctor asks once or twice.
That's good stuff. That is good stuff.
Speaking of fixing things, hopefully.
I've seen some people coming close to the break wall.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams come over. I thought they were coming maybe for a breakdown, but it seems like maybe they just need some help or some advice.
You know what? Maybe we're delaying a little bit due to that other big ol' boat kind of being there. I don't know what kind of boat that is. Charlie, you know boats.
That's a tugboat.
All right, well, look at that. That's good to know. I don't know much. You're the Kings Point grad. You work on boats. I don't know them. I just run my own business. That's it. Not a boat business.
Definitely not.
So let's take a look at this race 11A, the Eastern, leading right now in boat 8. That is the Yale Bulldogs, just taking the cake here. I mean, like you were saying, I'm not sure that everybody started with their starters, kind of giving the starters a little bit of a breather after team race. So now I think they're starting to plug them into the mix because I'm seeing Yale Bulldogs are having a tremendous day in boat 8, followed by boat 2, Roger Williams Hawks. This is a good race for them.
They need this race right now. They really do. So it's good to see. I don't exactly know their points right. I believe, I think right now in this race we're looking at a 4-way tie for 9th between Webb, Roger Williams, Cornell, and Tulane. So on your screen, those would be boats 2. We've got Webb in 9. Let's see if we can see them. And here we go. Here are the scores to verify if I was correct, right? So in first is the Yale Bulldogs. Then in second place with 121 points, we have your alma mater, the St. Mary Seahawks. In third, we have the Brown Bears with 125 points, followed by the Navy Midshipmen in fourth with 127. Then in fifth, the Tough Jumbos with 127. In sixth, the Pennsylvania Quakers was 139. In seventh place, we have Miami with 176. And this is where it gets very close. In 8, we have the MIT Engineers with 177. And then in ninth, we have Webb Institute. And they are tied with Roger Williams, Cornell, and Tulane, all with 197 points. So this is very interesting here in these races.
Let's take a look at these boats. So somebody we want to look for is definitely Webb, boat 9.
Then we've got Roger Williams in boat 2 on the right side of your screen.
And then Webb is in the middle of the fleet. I'd say they're kind of mid-fleet right now. I definitely don't want to be middle going up to the gate, you know. I definitely want to be more inside, parked over to a side. We're also looking at boat 13, just searching for him. They're also over there by Raj. And the MIT Engineers in boat 16, who are also kind of in the middle with Webb here. They're even a little bit further behind Webb. So those are kind of the players you want to be looking for. I think in boat 6 from Miami, who I'm not necessarily... Where are you, boat 6?
They're actually just to the right side of your screen from boat 9 Webb Institute. So they should be rounded the gate at the same time.
Oh, stunning. Yeah, this is a great race for the Yale Bulldogs and for Roger Williams Hawks. Boat 2 coming in. They're going to have mark room. I like where they're placed. I'm looking at boat 2 right now. I look behind them. They've got a clear lane. 17 finishes that in first. 8 in second. That's the Yale Bulldogs.
And in third, we have boat 10.
17. Kings Point.
Yeah?
Kings Point won that race.
Oh, yeah, of course.
KP! Let's
There
go.
it is.
That is awesome. We
And
love that.
We do. Let's see. So there's boat 2,
Roger
right?
Williams
So
Hawks.
that's Roger Williams in a 5th.
Okay. Boat 1.
Now let's see.
Navy midshipman.
Can almost just hear Kyle announce them to us as we need it.
15.
U Miami.
6, 9.
and Webb.
Okay, right next to one another.
Did we miss Tulane, or are they back there still?
There's 16.
Yeah, the Webb. So it looks like Webb might have snuck past us on our screen and finished more up near the top. Yep. Or sorry, I misspoke. Tulane, we think, finished up there. Obviously, we don't see him out on the race course. All we have left to finish is boat 11, and here they come. And now we're just getting ready for the next race in the C420s. So there you can go. You can hear just Kyle Assad letting them know that we have that I flag. So we talked about that I flag yesterday. That is our go around the end rule. So it means that once inside of 1 minute, any boat caught on the course side of the race will have to go around the ends. So they'll have to go around the end. And as Gloria mentioned, and we'll most likely see again, right? We're going to look for a line sag here in the middle of the line. One of the things that has changed, though, is the current. And that might be an indicator to why we've seen quite a few OCSs and a couple general recalls. That would be current that is pushing the racers over the line. So we should see them set up a little bit more conservatively and probably a little bit more near the ends. You're going to want to be there if you have to go and you get caught on the course side. So I'm not sure if you can hear us. We just heard that was the PRO mentioning that they're noticing a drop in velocity across the race course. So it might be that Gloria might be right. We might slowly be losing this breeze this afternoon and evening.
Listen, I didn't want to be right, but I tend to be right. No, just kidding. Not always. I'm totally just kidding. But listen, we all want breeze, right? We're here to sail, So I think a lot of the people, they want to fight for it. You know what I mean? So, but hey, that's the other thing is we sail knowing that we depend on wind, and it happens. It happens. Yeah, just give us 1 second, folks. Just go ahead and keep watching the racing. We're just sorting out our rotation.
So we're just saying. So we're inside 1 minute to go at the line. It looks pretty light down there on the starting line. So what we want to see from the sailors here, right? The people that want to do well, you really want to be keeping that boat rolling. So we're seeing them hanging back a fair amount. And that's allowing these sailors to keep flow over the foils, right? So that's letting the flow is what allows the boat to steer and point and go forward. And we're seeing these guys kind of trying to run in place with their sails and just go as slowly as they can without losing that ever so critical flow. We can also see with the current a pretty good stack up at the boat. It's going to be pretty tight. We can see 9. We know that is URI. That's one of our teams are watching, and we know that they like the boat. They had a good start last time. Man, it's quite a tight pack.
11, 17, 9, 11.
And there we go. So That is Fordham Rams over, along with URI, both having to go back.
17, 9, 11. Yeah, whoa. Talk about a little stirrup. That's Fordham, BC, and Rhode Island.
Yeah. So
Shoo.
at least they'll all be together.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's like a little match race in the back, perhaps.
You know who it's good for? The privateers.
They're chilling now.
Yeah.
Let's see how they looked off that start. We're looking for boat 2.
I think they're out on the left side of the race course. Yep, so there we can see them just coming across. So they've tacked back early. They are going to also send towards the right side of the race course.
Yeah, also worth noting, guys, I apologize. I totally was reading the wrong stuff for race 11A that we had in the Eastern from the last race. What we'll do, because I completely misled you and led you all astray, is we'll pull up those scores from that race 11A from Eastern. That way we can kind of reconfirm where people actually were. That's so my bad. That's so my bad.
We'll be
you can come fight me about it.
Yeah. We'll be able to figure out what we actually saw.
Yeah. So when we have a chance to look at those results, we absolutely will pull those up, because I'm not sure that was Roger Williams Hawks in boat 2. So
boat 4 here is doing an incredible job. Look at that. They're just crushing it. And here we go with the scores, right? So in number 1, we've got the Yale Bulldogs with 104 points. In 2, we have the St. Mary's Seahawks with 121 points. And in 4th, we have the Navy Midshipmen with 127 points. In 5th, we have Tufts Jumbos with 127 tied. Then we have the Pennsylvania Quakers with 139. UMiami in 7th with 176. And then like we saw, so where it gets quite close, MIT 177 in 8th. Webb Institute with 195, tied with our other 3 teams on the outside, Roger Williams, Cornell, and Tulane, all tied with Webb for 9th. And then rounding out, we have George Washington with 215, BU with 254, in 15th, North Carolina State with 255, Jacksonville in 261, Kings Point in 274, and bringing up the rear, Eckerd with 281 points. And wow, look at that. Boat 4 just crushing it from the right side. They look fast, too. They're on the pace.
That's the Coast Guard Bears. Don't sleep on them.
No. Just they had a great start. It's easy when the boats to windward of you are all called over. But man, talk about knowing the line and positioning it. They're running away with this race, and they deserve it.
Yeah, no, you couldn't be more right. They have a great coaching staff over there, and so I think they've been working pretty hard, and they're definitely very disciplined. I think you have to be quite disciplined to sail well in college, and I think that's something that you folks at the academies have a little bit of a advantage there, because you definitely have to be sailing it. I feel like is a very independent sport, so. You're forced to make these decisions yourself. You're not going to have a coach telling you exactly what play to do or where to go and so on. So you've got that.
Is this boat 2 coming in back into? That's Roger Williams, right, in 12A? So they were called over, we said, right? And now they're all the way back in it. So good for them. What a big comeback in a good way.
Well done.
You can see Tulane in boat 7. My apologies. Gloria, am I calling the wrong race? Sorry. I am. I'm back on the same sheet. Now I'm doing the same mistake you just did.
I know.
I know.
That's done.
But it's on screen, so at least the viewers at home have an idea of what is correct.
Oh, you're right.
So right now we're looking at boat 2, right? So this is the SUNY Maritime Privateers. They are coming in from the right side, right? So they were the ones we talked about that were not over at the start and are pretty happy. And it is showing the same, right? So we have Coast Guard Bears up there with them. But we can see this is, sorry, not the Bears. The Bears. But we are looking for boats 9, 11, and 17. those were the other teams that we've been wanting to keep an eye on. I don't see them out here on the right.
Yeah, I'm just working on.
Let's see. So, all right. So here we go. We can see. It looks like that's Dartmouth now taking a strong position on the ley line. Yeah. So clearly our boats that we wanted to keep an eye on, right? The Rams from Rhode Island, Boston College, and Fordham are all struggling to get back into this race. It's been really difficult for these sailors to find lanes and do these big comebacks. The racing hasn't been extremely complicated. But because of that, once everyone knows what to do correctly, you find that it's very competitive trying to find your place on the race course. So let's see. We can see there's 17 in the distance coming in. Big from the left, sending it with a Hail Mary. That's the Fordham Rams. And then we've got boats, I'm assuming slightly off to the left then is where Boston College and Rhode Island is. So not good results for them. So rounding in first, we have the Harvard Crimson. They have a commanding lead, actually. They must have put the work in on Coast Guard there. But Coast Guard rounding in second. Behind them in boat 6 is Michigan. They're having a great race. And then we had 13, the Cougars, and Dartmouth rounding together with boat 14. And there's the Rams. So they were able to make massive gains working out to that top left of the race course. Good for them. They're going to feel good about that. We can just see in the background there's 9 still coming up. Bowdoin's having a deep race. And there's boat 2, the Privateers. So not the best one for them. There's the Rams of Rhode Island in rounding, followed by ODU in boat 3. And then we can just see boat 7, Santa Barbara, and bringing up the rear is Boston College Eagles. So they still have a lot of work to be done here on the rest of this race.
Yeah.
And now, let's see. It's looking very light out there.
Yeah, it certainly has lightened up. Like, I'm not feeling as much of that cold breeze. And it's all, you know what I'm noticing? It's starting to get warmer.
It is.
It is.
That's a bad sign.
I was just about to say, Charlie, tell us about what happens when it gets warmer here on the Long Island side.
I don't know the physics, but if I had to guess, something about as the air begins to rise and get hotter, we just get more and more haze. A little bit of haze is rolling in, and it just kind of seems to mellow everything out. It takes away a lot of the energy of the breeze, and we should see it lightening up. You know who's really going to be suffering? It's the sailors on those downwinds.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a fight on the reaches for sure. As you start reaching, your downwind coverage changes a lot over the when you're just winging. So I think, it's a little bit more of a fight, and I think what we'll see is a lot more activeness from the sailors on the downwinds. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the times, even when I was sailing in the co-ed finals, it was like a nonstop light air battle of jibe, jibe, jibe. You're fighting for air the whole downwind. You don't get to catch a break.
No, you don't. And I find sometimes some of the jibes I think were out of frustration. That was in my boat. A lot of the times we would get hot and frustrated on the downwind and decide, you know what, we're not happy with this anymore. Let's try something else.
It's the hot and bothered X and Y graph that I built.
Yeah,
yesterday.
It is.
I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna create an actual graphic of that for everybody who's watching.
Maybe we could have gotten a slide up for you.
I'll work on that.
Yeah, a graphic.
I'm gonna work on that. You'll see that tomorrow then.
All right. Well, right now we see Coast Guard here in boat 4 doing a great job working around the outside, doing a great job protecting their lane. Right behind them with them is boat 6, Michigan. Again, like we said, a great race. They're having a bit of a tough regatta at this time, but it's nice to see them up in the top, showing everybody that they do deserve to belong. They do deserve to be here. Sorry.
Yeah, and you know what? I also just got word that there may be an intent to just sail 1 and 1 race from each division right now with the pending wind conditions. So stuff's about to get crazy.
It is.
It's about to get crazy.
It is. It is. Or maybe lame. Maybe a little.
No, I don't want to believe that.
Maybe not crazy.
You better knock on some wood right now, Charlie. I want crazy.
No wind would be kind of lame. I know the sailors. Some of the sailors are ready to be done. Quite a few of the teams don't want to be. They want to keep going, and the viewers and you and I want to still be here watching racing.
No, that's very true. I mean, it's definitely been a very long event. I think some of the sailors that have been here since women's are probably like, I just need a little breather. Just a little breather. But also worth noting, a lot of those women that have been sailing all the way since women's started, they are doing an excellent job in the semifinals. So, I got to give my biggest shout out to all the women out there that are on day 9 of sailing back to back to back to back and are absolutely crushing it. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a big advocate for women in sailing, and I think that I couldn't be more proud, quite honestly, because, there may be some younger women, younger girls, Opti girls, 420 girls that may be watching this, and I think it's incredibly important and brings so much value that they have these women in college sailing to look up to. So that's my shout out to all the lovely ladies out there.
Let's see. So I'm trying to track down our key players in here, Julia. Here
Gloria.
we go. Gloria. How am I doing it?
I don't know.
I'm getting too focused on the sailing that I'm forgetting my
Who's
surroundings.
Julia? This Julia you can't stop thinking about.
So there we
It's
go.
a Freudian slip, folks. If you're Julia and listening out there, Charlie's thinking about you.
Oh, wow. Anyways, look,
But
we've
one.
got.
Harvard Crimson.
Yeah, they're doing fine. What's
13,
interesting?
Charleston.
Yeah,
They needed that. They were on the cusp.
they were a little close.
17, the Fordham Rams. What a comeback.
Yeah,
What a comeback.
They're fighting hard for it.
6 Michigan. Okay, let me make sure. 6 Michigan Wolverines AO from the Midwest.
Yeah,
Coming in hot. Boat 15.
Dartmouth.
That's Dartmouth.
Yeah.
4
4.
Coast Guard Bears. They
Coast
lost.
Guard lost out on that right side of the race course on the downwind.
Who we want to be looking for is boat 11.
Yep, so we just saw them. They just rounded that right-hand turn, so left side of your screen gate. They're the furthest outside boat, just passing by that motorboat there.
But
They're
they've got good speed. They're kind of punching out. And folks, if you take a look on that left-hand side, you watch them go bow down about 5 degrees, and they're kind of getting out and punching out into some clean air. So that's really incredibly hard to do, or to do right. And it looks like they very successfully did that. So kudos to boat 11 from BC for really fighting back there, even after an outside mark rounding.
And this is nice. So you can see, we just saw, I don't know if you were to see it, but we saw Benton looking under the boom. So he's aware of who he needs to be beating and where they are. He was just staring down at BC, making sure, maybe reassuring himself a little bit, not having the best race, that at least the people I need to beat are behind me.
Oh, yeah, and that's boat 9 right below them.
Yep.
The URI Rams.
Yeah, so he's got them both there, nice and covered. He knows where they are.
Speaking of, I think Benton and Boyd had a CJ Buckley team race team together, and I believe they won a CJ Buckley.
As well.
So he's taking a little bit of that team racing in him and using it today in the semifinals.
We did. We just saw him tack on boat 9, so they clearly are going for each other.
And out on the right side here, you're looking at the boat 16 Hoyas, who are very well, as spectators to our left of the booth, I will say they're quite vocal spectators as teammates.
They are, and they were talking about how that they're a big cowbell fan. Every time they get a victory, they ring the cowbell.
Yeah.
And it's only 5 times. I heard another fun fact about them as I talked to them this morning. Mariner Fagan only eats pretzels at regattas. During the day. No other snack.
Oh, during the day.
Yeah.
I was like, dinner too?
No, I don't think for dinner, but just during the day. Just pretzels. No other snacks.
That doesn't dry his mouth out?
I must.
My mouth feels dry thinking about
it,
that.
right?
Ooh,
Well, he
I
doesn't
don't
have
know.
to sit up here and speak all day.
I mean, good for him. Yeah, that's so true. Good for him, though, I guess, I think.
Hey, whatever works.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat.
All right, and here we come. Yeah, so look at how light it is now, right? I mean, they're still sitting on the rail, but nobody's hiking in. Man, this boat's like slow going through, fighting through that chop.
It's boat 5, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah.
And you know what? These ladies had a stellar fleet race performance at women. So they're somebody that we're definitely going to be seeing up in the top in the finals, because right now they're pretty locked in for these semis. And I'll tell you what, they did an excellent job at team racing as well, and this is a very strong team. And keep your eyes on them. Keep your eyes on them. There's boat 11, BC, kind of making their comeback, but
Here we go. Results.
yeah, so
Let's
sorry,
know
folks.
where we are.
I kind of botched it before, so this is my comeback. So it looks like Yale Bulldogs had a second place for race at 11. We're just going to call off where they finished in race 11. So it looks like St. Mary's Seahawks got a 4th place there. Brown Bears got a 3rd place in that race. Jumbos got a 5th place in that race. The Navy Midshipmen actually got a 16th place, still holding on to a 5th place overall. Pennsylvania got a 10th place in race 11. That was actually MIT that got a 1st place in that race. U Miami finished 13th in race 11. Roger Williams finished in 7th. Well done. So they weren't in 2nd, but they were up there. So I'm very happy. I didn't mislead too much. Tulane finished in 6th in that race. They are 1 point outside of 9th right now from Roger Williams, and just 2 points behind Tulane is Cornell. They had finished 8th. Wow, that race was 6, 7, 8. Roger Williams, Tulane, Cornell, with Webb in 11th place in that race. Oh my goodness, folks, Webb is 1 point outside of Cornell. We're talking that is like a 3-point spread for 9th place.
It's so close. So, and when we cut back here, we'll see where those teams are. We're looking for, right? So sorry, not cutting back to these, but we'll need, when we get back over to that race, we will have to watch out for them.
I'm like ready to rip hair out of my head.
I know.
Like I'm so stressed.
It's crazy.
Leaves us with a lot to talk about, though.
It does.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. It makes great spectating. And well, especially if did you say that you thought there was only a few more races left in the day due to the conditions?
That is correct. So I believe that they're just going to do, so those of you watching that don't know too much about formatting of these regattas, which it's okay because sometimes I don't either. So I just need to remind myself as well, not just those that are viewing. Essentially, you have to have an equal amount of races between in A division and in B division. Now, that does not mean that you have to complete the entire set, which in a set there's usually 2 races. But that means if A division does 13 races, so does B division. So in this case, I believe that especially with the timing that it takes to rotate boats and so on, I believe that they're looking to do 1 more race in each division. That would mean we would be looking for a race 13A, 13B in both the Eastern and the Western. But hold on to your seats because I don't have full confirmation of that. It is just a very educated speculation.
Some might call that a guess.
No, please. It's my oh my goodness.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, indeed.
All right. So we're just watching the roundings. It's quite light. Let's see if we can see our boats we care about, right? So somewhere in there, that should be BC, Boston College, in boat 11. We talked about their comeback this race, and they're doing a great job holding it into the end. I can't see.
And so I have to say, so it's not a guess. It is the race committee's something intent.
I think just intense.
Race committees.
Intention.
No, something
Well.
intent. There is a more formal intention. It is the race committee's intention. And I have the pleasure of introducing our guest, one of my favorite people in this whole world, Mr. Adam Warblow himself, the head coach of St. Mary's College of Maryland, also formerly my coach. So, Warblow, what would you like to say to our viewers?
Well, I'd like you to think of me as Julia for the purposes of this conversation. That's the only thing I heard in any of the broadcasting was I heard the whole Julia thing, and I thought that was appropriate for Charlie.
You're the Julia.
I'm
that
the
he
Julia
can't
he's been
stop
looking
thinking
for.
about. The Freudian slip. Oh, I knew it. It checks out.
It does.
But how awesome a job has KP done here? I mean, the viewing platform that we're on with this pier that was rebuilt a few years ago, the 2 new fleets, it's really been spectacular. And we've been lucky. I mean, the breeze is dying. It's probably going to be hard to get that 1-on-1 set in at the end, but might shift to the south just as everybody's leaving. But it's been fantastic so far.
Yeah.
No, they really have it. I know that Brendan and Mike and Rick and everyone up in the office and Rich have done an incredible job building this program. I mean,
It's very clear they've put in a lot of work.
They have. Yeah. I got a small tour of the new locker room, something I wish I would have had when I was here, but very happy to see. And more importantly, there's a drying room and a drying wall with pegs. So
definitely sexy to have not stinky sailing gear.
It is. It's fast too.
Nice. Lovely. So, Warblow, what have you been seeing to work in these races?
Well, it helps if you can have a decent lane off the starting line and good wheels, because these are longer courses and speed kills for sure in this stuff. And if you can get to the favored side for the current, then you're happy. And sometimes that's current going downhill, and at the moment it's going uphill. So.
Right. Yeah, and so the Seahawks have been hanging in there. You guys are.
We're lingering.
Yeah, it seems like you guys are kind of one of those teams that are kind of locked in there to go on to the finals. So
the math is on our side at this point for sure.
Right.
And I mean, it's nice when you have a team who hangs together and they like each other and they're good guys, and the people who they're sailing against like sailing against them. So there aren't too many axes to grind. Some of the teams have protests, and we're happy to not be one of those. And it's it's just good sailing. And Kyle Assad's done a great job, as did Amanda before him. Amanda Clark, fellow Camel, did an awesome job with the women's. And we're really lucky to have really good people who know college sailing and love college sailing.
Right. What are some good camel jokes that you have?
None that can be told on air.
I believe that.
I just got interviewed for Instagram by some of the women on the Connecticut College team, and they were like, "Tell us a story about when you were an undergrad." And I'm like, maybe not. But it's all about the people, and college sailing is really special because so many people care about it. I mean, the fact that you guys are here, the fact that Amanda and Kyle are here doing this, and all the umpires. I mean, people love college sailing because of what it is, and we're really lucky to have institutions like the Merchant Marine Academy that support everything that we're doing. So it's very cool.
Amazing, yeah. So what have you kind of seen work in this race? I see that Harvard Crimson are leading this race right now, and you're seeing some athletic jibes out of the people. It's definitely lightening up. What do you think is kind of the key in that? Like, what are you looking for? Charlie's been roasting everybody's jib trim. What do you think of that?
Well, I haven't been watching the 420s as much today because the Seahawks are in the FJs, but the Harvard team is quite good in their boat handling. They have really excellent crews. They've got really precise jib trim and great coaching, and so they don't make too many big errors, and they have great boat balance right now. We're just watching them with slight rocks as they roll into the finish line, and nobody's going to catch them. That's for sure.
Yeah, and from just my interactions I've had with the Harvard team, they're so sweet, and all their parents are so lovely and have been spectating and have just been saying the nicest things, and they're such a delight to have around. So I'm very happy and, can't help but cheer them on. That was a great race there. Followed by 13 Charleston Cougars. They definitely needed that race. 17, the Fordham Rams just right behind them. We're definitely going to need to take a look at results when they're put in.
What a great job Fordham has done today, coming on strong under major pressure. And this, part of the fleet, the make it, don't make it fleet, it's a lot of pressure. And
oh, man.
These guys seem to have really done well under pressure of late.
Oh, yeah. So I didn't see where Boat 11 finished, but Boat 2, the New York SUNY Maritime Privateers, had just finished right next to what looked like the Rhode Island Rams. So once we get those results updated, we'll definitely fill you in on where everybody finished, because that was a pretty tight one. It's a pretty tight one.
It was. It really was. And you see that happen.
Definitely. I'm sorry, Charlie.
I was going to say, I think we were going to talk about the same thing. When the current starts to go uphill, right, all of those boats that round, and as they're sailing downwind towards the finish line, the people in the front of the race find themselves, everyone in the back starts to catch up and creep a little bit closer.
There's definitely some accordion effect here. When the current's going uphill, if you've got a clear lane, then you're okay. But when the fleet bunches, it can really get hard, and it's a tough place to be ahead. And with the dying breeze like this, you've got to have some courage. How I'm able to change my verbiage for the
so good.
Broadcast?
You're crushing it.
I had to think a little bit.
You're on your
about
toes.
that,
I was told to embrace the suck. Just sitting downwind, bow into the current. Well, because a lot of these teams get in trouble, right? As you get closer, you get nervous, and especially when the breeze softens, there's an instinct to want to go to a reaching angle where you're going to sail faster. But the moment you take your bow and just turn it away and out of the current, you just start going you start going sideways and backwards so much faster.
It's a lot of extra distance. It takes a lot of discipline to be continuing to stick your bow into the current. It's easier said than done, particularly as you get around escaping Mark II. It's crowded, and it's really tempting to try and just head up.
Yeah, and so we're really quickly going to cue. We've got an interview with one of the Fordham Rams, the crew of the Fordham Rams, after having such a strong race. Hello there. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Kristen Healy, and I sail for Fordham University.
Yeah, so you're one of the teams that's kind of on the cusp of top 9 right now, so pressure is on, but what are you doing to kind of truck on forward?
We're kind of just keeping our heads down, getting off the starting line, and just pick as many boats off as we can.
Yeah, you're doing an incredible job, and, going in, we're not sure how many more races are left, but what's kind of your mentality moving forward as well?
I don't know. We're just our A division is going to go talk to our B division and kind of say the same thing and see what we're seeing on the race course.
Amazing.
And
well,
help them out.
Incredible. I like the team effort, and sail fast, have fun, make friends, and well done, Rams.
Thank you.
Of course.
Kristen was named All-Mesa this semester, and she was also the captain of the Fordham team, as I call her, Captain FU. And most importantly, she is the offspring of 2 great Seahawks, Laura McClellan Healy and Bill Healy. And Bill's, of course, coaching the Yale team to championship after championship. But what a great group of young women that they have in that family. Four girls, and all super cool.
Wow, 4 girls. I thought me and my sister were tough, but 4, that's a lot.
Billy's the ideal dad to help them.
We love that. Have you seen our Rodrigo? Rodrigo doesn't take shortcuts. He doesn't compromise. Rodrigo does it the hard way. Take a look at that warblow. That's just like Rodrigo. Coral Reef Sailing Apparel believes in doing it the hard way. Taking the time, care, and effort to getting it right. That's Coral Reef. Look at that. Look at him. Can you do that, warblow? I can't do that. But Rodrigo does it.
Nice.
So thanks to Coral Reef. We're going to go back to our racing coverage. Amazing.
So Brown, they've been quite good downwind here. Very, very consistent team, and they're launched.
Yeah, they've been doing quite an excellent job. That's in race 12A of the Eastern. Just like Warblow was saying, Brown Bears look like they're looking pretty good, and they're going up to the finish line here. Looks like they're going to take the cake in this race.
Yeah, Leo's going to split with them and finish at the boat, it looks like, but Brown's got pretty sizable lead.
And Leo, that's him in boat 18, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So some boats we want to be looking for is boat 1 from Roger Williams. We want to look for boat 7 from UMiami. Boat 2 from Tulane.
Roger Williams is in third.
So Raj looks to be doing quite well in this race. It looks like they're going to finish either third or fourth as they're coming in towards the pin. They got another jibe to do, it looks like. Looks like they're going to be fourth with Yale beating them out.
Oh, wow. And then when we have a chance, if we can find boat 2, that's Tulane, as well as 17 MIT engineers. Those are some guys that we definitely want to be taking a look at. That's one in Raj.
Yeah,
that's a great race for them.
Yeah, very, very good job for them. They need it. They need that to get it done today.
So 7 is about to finish. They're going to be the next boat to finish right at the pin.
To UMiami, that's a good race for them. They definitely needed to be up there a little bit.
I think they're probably feeling a little bit more
Tulane
comfortable.
must have, I totally lost them. I wasn't.
Yeah, in boat 8, I believe they are.
Oh, there's Tulane. Boat 2, next to 5 and 14.
They're coming in at the pin.
It's,
just came off of the wing. Looks like they're going to finish next behind 3.
And there's 5.
Which is tough.
That is tough. Tough race for Tulane. I'm seeing a little bit of...
You see the tiller slap? It's the same as mine.
I'm going to let you say it, not me. I was going to ask you, Warblow, what's a funny story you have about me? But then I was like, actually, I'm not sure you want to say it. I was like, actually, maybe not.
Gloria?
Yeah, maybe not.
You're always enthusiastic. You're always enthusiastic.
I was telling all the viewers, I was like, Warblow always said in my freshman year, I was like an excited puppy, just being unleashed.
You were the puppy. You were the puppy. You were the puppy that goes running so hard that they go head over heels and tumble. And then I can remember a regatta at Navy where you were like 4th at the weather mark, and then you'd foul 3 people, and then you'd like by the leeward mark you were in last, and you'd sail back to like 10th, and then somewhere in the middle by the finish, and the whole regatta went like that. It's hilarious.
I do remember that, and so we'd always do write-ups after our regattas, and in that one I slammed like a big old photo of like a puppy running in the field. I told you I did hit boats. I definitely totally got it. Did so many. I was dizzy freshman year from spinning so often.
Well, and I believe you.
You got fast, learned the game, and look at you now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly to cover the final race of the day.
And Warblow, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Oh, we love you. Thank you so much.
The love is all around.
Oh, we love it. Awesome, and thank you for being so patient as we took a very short break as the boats were rotating. You know, sometimes us commentators need just a quick second to hydrate, tinkle time, all that fun stuff. So right now, the B division for Eastern and Western are out there racing. So if you miss anything, you didn't really, because Eastern just had 3 boats over, so they had to call those guys back. We're on our second upwind in the Western semifinals, so we're looking.
We're gonna take a look at results first.
Let's do it.
See what's important.
This is the Eastern semifinals we're taking a look at. So sitting in first, we have Yale with 109 points, St. Mary's in second, Brown in third, Tufts in fourth, Navy in fifth, Penn in sixth, MIT in 7th with 183 points. UMiami in 8th with 197. Roger Williams in 9th with 206 points. Webb in 10th with 213 points. Cornell in 11th with 216 points. Tied with Tulane for 11th with 216 points. In 13th place, we have GW. In 14th, North Carolina State. In 15th, BU. In 16th, Jacksonville. 17th, KP. And 18th, Eckerd. So, you know, just taking a look at some of those teams that are just on the cusp there. It looks like Tulane may have had a little bit of a rough race before. Don't count them out just yet. We've got their B division out there for potentially 3 races, and then A division might go out for 1.
Yeah, it's still very close, and let's see how close it is in the Western.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. So in the Western, we have in first place right now Stanford University Cardinal, in second Harvard, in third Georgetown, fourth Dartmouth, fifth Bowdoin, sixth URI, really kind of getting up there, 7th U.S. Coast Guard Academy, 8th College of Charleston, 9th SUNY, 10th Boston College, 11th Fordham. And worth looking at, URI has 174 points, Coast Guard has 175, Charleston 177, SUNY in 9th with 187, but not so far behind, BC with 188 points. Then we have Fordham in 11th with 190 points. So these are so close on the cusp of 9th. Florida State with 221 points in 12th. Connecticut College in 13th, ODU in 14th, UC Santa Barbara in 15th, Hobart and William Smith in 16th, 17th University of Wisconsin, and in 18th University of Michigan. Charlie, what are you thinking so far?
I think it's tight. I think it's close. I think there's enough sailing. I'm looking at about 5 teams that seem to be kind of right in there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at Coast Guard, CFC, and then it's really tight for that last spot, right, with SUNY Privateers, BC, and Fordham University.
Yeah, and so the nice thing is you've all got a lovely view of the race 11B of the Western semifinals. Those teams that you were just talking about. And what sail numbers should we be looking out for here, Charlie?
Yeah, so our sail numbers that we want to start with is a 14 and 3, right? So boat 3 is Coast Guard, and 14 is College of Charleston. They're a little bit more comfortable than the rest of our boats. So behind them we have 12, that is Boston College. And boat 1, we have SUNY, the Privateers. And in boat 18, we have Fordham University.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to keep a close eye on all those guys. As you know, it's starting to get much lighter.
It is, and this is College of Charleston, and this is really deep for them. I mean, we're looking right now. You can't see everything, but so this is College of Charleston about 14 on top here, right? They're fighting back towards this windward mark. They're looking really, really deep. We can see the top boats are already around up there in 1. And that's Boston College in boat 12 in first place around the mark.
Well done.
Really good for them. They definitely need that.
Yeah, so I've heard the Eagles do well under pressure. I mean, you know, looking at their women's team, they just finished third at the fleet race, and they've got some of those women sailing out there today. So I think they are notoriously a team that when they're put on the spotlight, they really can clinch the win, you know? Taking a look at last year, they won women's fleet race nationals.
Really?
Yeah, in New Orleans, they won it. Yeah.
So they like the light wind and the hot.
I think so. Their heat meter may not be the same as everybody else's. But.
So this is boat 3, Coast Guard, also having a good race. That's nice for them. They really need that to just bring it home, right?
Oh, yeah. And now we're just keeping an eye out for 12, which we know is the Boston College Eagles. Not me getting all excited. Boat 3, you were saying Coast Guard is there. Boat 1, not too far behind. That's the SUNY Maritime Privateers.
So it's not there. I don't think Charleston needs to be fretting yet, right? They shouldn't be too scared, but you know, it just takes one bad race, right? Like we said, and now all of a sudden your toes are to the fire.
Toes to the fire, that's good. Yeah, and in SUNY Maritime's boat there in B Division, we talked about their A Division driver quite a bit. In their B Division, we have Spencer Barnes, Class 24, Rebecca Runvin, 25, Eva Leggett, 24. Let's take a look at some of these other players we have in this B Division that we should all be keeping an eye on, which is we had that Boat 1, that was SUNY, right? We're looking at Boat 3, that's the Coast Guard Bears. That is Coleman Schofield, Charles Mason, Lauren O'Neill, right? And Boat 12 for the BC Eagles, we're looking out for Colleen O'Brien, Jack Plavon, Sarah Schumann, and Libby Redmond. In Boat 14, that is the Charleston Cougars. We're looking out for Benjamin Dufour. And I just said that. I don't know if that's actually how you say it. Or it's maybe just Dufour. I don't know. But I wanted to say it all nice. Benjamin Dufour, Class 26, and Lucy Klempen, Class of 24. And then lastly, we're looking out for the Fordham Rams, Boat 18. That's going to be Patrick Dolan and Bella Rabeni. So just keep an eye out on those guys. But, man, it's starting to lighten up a little bit. It's starting to get that glossy. But I'll tell you what, it's so flat here right now. It is super flat waters.
Yeah, the boats are going along just fine. It's a great day. I find the C420s, it can be a little heavy in the light breeze. I'd rather be in an FJ.
Yeah.
But, no, everybody's moving along. This is, if you're a SUNY Maritime here, you're starting to reach for the panic button, right? I mean, BC is just crushing it in first place. You're SUNY in 9th place by 1 point to them. So they're going to take 9th away at the end of this finish from you.
Yeah, that looks like it. So, you know, it might just be a match race at the next starting line between those guys.
It takes so much to reset, right? And to know that. I mean, these sailors, they have a good idea about what's going on, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Did you like to look at results, Gloria?
You know, it's funny. It's like yes and no. I want to say no, though. I'm gonna go a little bit more with a no. I'm more of an all natural gal. I just like to get out there and just give it my best every single race. Yeah, it's funny. It's like when we qualified for Team Race Nationals senior year, I did not know the results, and it was like more of a we sailed a race, we won it, and we went up to the coaches and they were like, you did it. And we were like, oh, word? Like, I had no idea. That's sick. I wonder how I would have done in that race had I known. You know, so.
I did the same. I had a crew drive me around on a Sunday to a victory on the Charles, who she just, you know, never would let me see the results or told me. Just the occasional, oh, we could hit this guy. That might be nice. Or,
oh,
you know,
I like that.
Just a little slam here. Or, hey, let's start over by these guys. Just very casually.
Oh, okay. So we have a lot more in common than I thought. We're definitely both like a little bit goldfishy, kind of just having a good time. You know, little routines, having fun, making friends, and yeah, no, I think I'm a little bit similar. I'm definitely in that sense.
All right, so we're seeing, it looks like this BC just passing the gate. They've got this on lock, this race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do. They're good for them.
Yeah?
Like I said.
But will the nerves get to them next race?
I don't know.
You
I
step
don't know.
in?
Well, you got to ask Colleen.
Yeah?
Got to ask Colleen O'Brien, who's driving that boat.
I gotta imagine. She's probably pretty calm and collected.
I feel like she's pretty calm and collected right now. I feel like I also think that coming off a win, it gives you a little bit of fuel. A little bit of fuel for that next race. You're like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. And, you know, in this lighter stuff, I've seen her sail very strongly in light air. So I think she's one of those sailors where she's kind of in her comfort zone. She's like, the breeze is down. This is my jam.
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So it
Well
looks,
done.
It looks like, so we just watched her finish. So we want to count. I'm seeing right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 boats between BC and the privateers in boat 1.
There's Coast Guard in 3.
Coast Guard's feeling pretty locked, right, as we get near the end.
Oh, yeah.
I think the big race-off is going to be between BC and SUNY for that 9th place spot.
You might be right, Charlie. You might be right. I mean, that's, yeah.
I mean, it just feels fairly spread out enough. The only major change, Charleston seems to be doing a bit better. For some reason, they decide to, you know, throw it away and make it interesting. Then maybe we'll add them as a third team. But for now, they're holding on to a solid lead, but not by much. They're slowly giving it up.
I'll tell you what, I was also talking to the Charleston coaches, and they've got a lot of freshmen sailing. So they've got in their A division, they have Brandon Gellier and Noah Zitrer, both drivers. Noah is a freshman. So they have 2 freshmen. They have their B division's also freshmen, and A division partially is a freshman. And so I think, you know what, they're not doing so bad considering they've got first years in.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, last year was kind of a build-up year for them, and looks like they've got some pretty solid sailors that are going to be around for
a while.
Quite some time.
I have a feeling this won't be their last time at Nationals.
No, not at all. Not at all. So
we're seeing, let's see if we can find any of our other teams. Yeah, so there's Charleston just finishing in boat 14. And
I saw boat 18 just finished as well.
Yeah, so that's Fordham. So that's really tough for them. I mean, they were a little further back than BC, so they needed a bit better one. You know, you can have a few bad races, and we talk about that, but when you get towards the end of the regatta, you need those points, specifically over certain sailors. If you're behind, letting them add to the gap is just, I mean, it doesn't work, obviously. Right?
I'll be honest, Charlie. I think you're going to have to look at 2 different players now. I think BC had a 1-point spread between SUNY.
Yep.
Charleston, if they finish with a double digit there, that's no good because they were only 10 points ahead of SUNY. I think we're going to need to be looking less at Charleston SUNY, or I'm sorry, less at SUNY and BC, and more Charleston SUNY now.
Yeah, it's tight. It's going to be tight between all 3 of them.
Oh man. So, what is SUNY's mascot?
A privateer.
I knew that. I've
Do you
said
know
it
what a
20
privateer
times
is?
today. I've literally said, no, go ahead, walk me through it.
I believe they were just pirates, legalized.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they got a letter from the king. It says, go have some fun.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like they gotta go conquer some ships, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just go privateer their way up.
They need that sort of energy, I think, out there.
Yeah. So I think
fight for their spot.
Right?
But what's so interesting, so looking at it though, right? If College of Charleston gets into it, you know, we're not talking as much about the 9th place. We're talking, you know, we're going to have 3 teams very close in points to each other, but fighting for 2 spots, right?
2 spots.
It's going to be 8 and 9.
One guy's getting the boot.
Yeah.
Oh. No, Coast Guard had a good race there. Yeah. One guy's getting
Coast
the boot.
Guard's doing pretty strong, right? They're feeling comfortable. So
they're close though. They can't poop this next one.
No, they can't. They can't prove this next one.
They can't do it.
No, they can't. But yeah, only 2 out of 3 of them are gonna make it. But it's not as dire of a straits. You still got more people are gonna make it than not. So basically, it's pretty much just don't be last.
That's very true. That's very true. But we're seeing that these people are. Some teams are so inconsistent, so it's like we're seeing a first and then a last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
it's
are.
like
I know.
it's anybody's game.
I didn't expect Charleston to get a 14 at the end.
I didn't either, quite honestly. Be careful what you say.
Yeah.
Coaches are gonna come. They're gonna knock our booth into the water. We're gonna go for a swim.
Well, here we're watching. So when we looked at it last, it's actually a bit. It's not as. It's almost now the Eastern, which was so tight, right?
Yeah.
All of our broadcasts has now started to spread out a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Roger Williams has 206 points. Behind them is Webb with 213, and then Cornell with 216, tied with Tulane. So it's a little bit more work if anyone wants to get back into this.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, honestly, MIT put in the gap. They put in the gap. Now, so did UMiami, technically, looking at it. Yeah, UMiami put in that gap. Who we got to keep our eyes on is Webb, Cornell, Tulane, and Raj.
Mm-hmm.
And even before Raj, definitely Webb, Cornell, Tulane.
Yeah.
Which you're looking at that race right now. The
Yeah.
Eastern is finishing.
That's what we're watching finish.
Oh, yeah. Boat 7.
Mm-hmm. Who we got there? That's Yale coming across. I
Well
believe.
done, Yale. 17. That's St. Mary's.
Yep, another good one for them.
Boat 1, Tulane.
Wow, so that's
huge.
Good. Yeah.
Wow. Talk about comeback kings.
Mm-hmm.
Comebacks kings and queens.
Comebacks, kings, and queens. And then it looks like...
Can't forget the queens.
Yeah. It looks like behind them is going to be boat 18, so that's MIT.
Just locking it in there.
Yep.
Well done, MIT. And Tulane, of course. Well done, everybody. Avi. It's hot. It's light. Let's see who's coming up. Boat 8. Looks like they're going to be next. Miami kind of locking themselves in a little bit more. Well done, Miami Hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled up out of the cut.
Yeah. They started pretty poor, but then they got their... they got it all together. Figured it out. And since then, they've been...
Ooh. Cornell, boat 14 right there.
Yep.
That's a good one.
And we still haven't seen Raj in boat 2.
16.
There they are. There's 2. So just coming in behind boat 11. That's looking like a 12th, maybe an 11th place finish for them.
Yeah. You don't want the doubles.
No, not going to help you get it done.
Oh. Where's Webb?
Webb
Where
was,
are they?
Webb
Boat
was
10?
up top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they had a great race.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was panicking for them. I'm like, where did they go?
It's still, I mean, that's going to throw Raj a little bit out of it, right? It's coming in these last 2 races. It's going to make it pretty difficult. And I'd really be fretting because we talked about this potential for a last 1-1 set, but man, watching them drive and finish, I don't know. This might be our last race.
Oh, imagine that. But. No. They have to. I can only assume they're going to do. You're saying no 1-1.
No
You're saying
1-1.
they finish this one out. Yeah. Yeah. No, you know what? And I agree with you. And I can tell. Listen, I've been here for 10 days now. Nope, 9 days. I don't know. Too many. I've lost track. Okay, whatever. But I've been here for long enough that when I start seeing the glisten on the water, you know, when your retinas start burning.
Yep.
That's no good. That's no good.
No, it's not.
And especially this early on in the day. It's different when the sun's setting. That's a whole different retina burn.
Yeah.
This is like a 3:30 retina burn. That's a no good burn.
Exactly. No, it's not good for sailing. I think I got to imagine it's battling a bit of a sea breeze at this point. Is my guess as to where this dye is coming from. I'm sure, I'm pretty positive, but this is a guess. So anyone who wants to test me, you can find out at home. That the breeze is probably blowing out of the south at JFK on the other side of Long Island.
Well, so what's somebody told me a fun fact. It's about the way the planes are landing, and you can look at the way the planes are landing, and then you can predict something about the wind.
You can. So the planes land
talk
into
us
the
through
wind.
that. Yes.
Planes land into the wind. 'Cause
Right.
They can go slower.
Right.
So, and JFK has a lot of runways, and so does Newark. And so you can see if they're landing, if they're going in the same direction as you are going downwind.
Right.
It's a sign that maybe somewhere else over yonder, the breeze is shifted.
Exactly, and isn't that a fun fact? So if you've got a few more days of racing ahead of you, now you know.
It's a bit more of a fun fact. That's a good hot sailing tip.
I know. You're welcome.
We've got a bunch of sailors listening.
I know. You're welcome. I hope you were listening because that's a sneaky little tip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. You can see. Look at this view. Let's talk about now, Charlie. I've been waiting quite a few days to talk about this fun fact.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the Great Gatsby.
Ooh.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So we are sitting in currently what I believe is the inspiration of West Egg for Great Gatsby.
There you go.
It's quite the high financial group. And you can see as you look into the city, right? So
look at that shot of the city. Stunning.
Yeah. So what we want to look for, there's the Chrysler building. So this is the Chrysler estate that it was on, and the reason why he built his estate here was that back during the Great Gatsby era, the ferry terminal was right next to Kings Point, and he wanted his house the closest to the ferry terminal so that he could get on the boat, go into the office, and go to work every morning.
Amazing. And do you want to? Looks like, folks, we're just gonna keep telling you about the Great Gatsby until we get it into sequence here. So something else I learned. So I feel like most people listening, actually most people that have gone to school in the U.S. have read the Great Gatsby for school, right? In most English literature classes. So if you've read the Great Gatsby, you know about the green light, which happens to be this lighthouse that is right above the windward marks of the race course today. And that's where the green light is, right?
It is a green light, and it was his inspiration in the Great Gatsby.
Yeah. And I believe it's called the Stepping Stone Lighthouse.
It is Stepping Stone.
Yeah, so what I was told is the tide gets low enough over by that lighthouse that people would be able to walk on stones to get out to that lighthouse. Is that correct?
I can't confirm if you could do it.
Not now.
Because there's a channel now, but yes.
Yes. They had there you go, folks. Take a look at your screens. That is the green light from the Great Gatsby book that was inspired it all.
So I guess we're getting going. They find.
Ooh, eye flag in effect. I love that.
They seem confident that they now have enough breeze. It got really light there for a few minutes. It was getting nervous, but he seems to be cruising around just fine now.
Look at that. I like how Kyle calls the FJs. He uses the formal name, the Flying Juniors. But yeah, folks, if you come watch by water, you can actually take a look at the house the book The Great Gatsby was based on. You apparently can drive by water, and you'll see there's like a fence, and it says The Great Gatsby House.
It is.
Super cool.
I've never heard it confirmed, though, by anyone. I think someone might have just put that sign up and said that they were the house.
Really?
Yeah. Who else would confirm it? See?
We need to call Scott.
I've been wondering
Fitzgerald.
this. I know.
We need to call him. We need to call him right now.
Someone needs to call him up and ask him to put it out.
Are you saying they're liars?
They could be.
Yes, perhaps. But yeah, that's our cool fun fact of the day.
Yeah.
that I've learned. I think that's super cool. I think it's pretty neat.
It is. It's a very historic sailing area. There's always been a lot of sailing. Long Island in general is very historic. But let's stop talking historic sailing. Maybe look at some sailing that's happening in front of us.
Yeah, why not?
We've got the Western 12B race, right? Potentially the last race, right? I know they're going to try for a 1-in-1.
Right.
But they only have an hour and 25 minutes to get it in.
That would include a full rotation.
Yes, 2 rotations.
2 rotations.
Well, sorry, no, they could run a third B race, so they might run actually a third B race.
But they'd then have to come to shore.
rotation.
No, but that means they'd have to come to shore and still rotate. Or maybe there's a slight chance they would do an on-the-water rotation for B, but I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know if they're required. The PRO might be able to adjust that. But
Right.
regardless, this could be our last race.
Yeah.
It could not.
Even then, they'd still have to come to shore and rotate A on.
Yes.
Get A out there.
And get another race off.
Yeah.
All in this
2 races off. Eastern
Yes,
and Western.
yes.
That's tough. That's tough on timing.
All
You know
in a
what I mean?
breeze that is dying. So, here we go.
We're not being pessimistic here. We're just we're trying to keep it real with you guys.
We are. We are.
So, for the sake of this, just hold your horses, because this may, hypothetically speaking, this could be your final race. I mean, listen, we're no wizards, but sometimes we can crunch some numbers. And,
well, we've done this once or twice, huh?
yeah, every now and then. Every now and then. We did the whole shindig.
Yeah. And so, the results, right, would be great. Because I have to imagine, well, we know that BC passed SUNY Maritime, right? The question is, do you think they know how many points separate the skippers?
I can't imagine.
Because I know that BC's in 9th, and I'm confident that SUNY Maritime is in 10th place. But I don't know by how many points.
10 is over. That's not one of the boats we need to be looking for, so that's good. Oh, well, that's a URI Rams. That could actually throw things in a spiral here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see how quickly the Rams come back here. Luckily, they're by the boat, so this could be a pretty easy. But it's an I flag. It's an I flag, right? So they're going to have to round the boat. Oh, they look like they... Do they know there's an I flag? Did they round?
Yes,
Did
they're rounding the boat. They're
Okay.
seeing more. Yeah, I mean, they were very comfortable, but now, I mean, they're
not that comfortable.
They're not. Sorry, I take that back.
Yeah,
They're 2 points out of 9th place.
That's what I'm saying.
So. And here we go. Here are the results, right? I mean, look at this. So,
Wow.
we've got.
That is stunning. Take a look at that.
Yeah.
Yale in first.
We've got the Eastern results up there. We're watching the Western 12B. These guys are about to start. And Webb is in 9th by 3 points. So going in this start in the FJs, Webb's got work to do. I mean, they're not comfortable. Cornell is right there.
Right. Yeah, so I'm even taking a look at those Eastern semifinal results. Like, some of those teams we're going to want to watch for that race are Webb, Cornell, Tulane, and Raj. It looks like, how was Tulane 231 points? I really thought they were a little bit further up there, but we may have been mistaken. So for those Eastern, those are some of the teams we'll want to keep an eye out on. But definitely, I'm adding URI Rams back into the mix here to keep an eye on. So in this race, so that's boat 10 URI Rams. So boats you want to look for are 1, 3, 10, 12, 14, 18. Let me walk you through which teams those are. Boat 1, that's going to be the New York Maritime Privateers. Boat 3, that's going to be Coast Guard Bears. Boat 12, BC Eagles. 14, that's going to be Charleston Cougars. Boat 18, Fordham Rams. And boat 10, URI Rams. Let's take a look. Where are you seeing some of these guys?
Let's see. I haven't seen 10 yet. I got to imagine they're sticking it out right, is my guess, Gloria.
Yeah. Sorry, I believe.
And here we go. Here are the results, right? So let's take a look to see exactly what this point spread. So in first place, we know we've got Stanford, they're a lock, right? In second, Harvard, also very comfortable. In third, Georgetown. And fourth, Dartmouth, all very comfortable, right? They're not going anywhere. Same with Bowdoin, very comfortable. In sixth, Coast Guard, potential, but as long as they finish, they'll be fine. This is where it's interesting. So in seventh, we have Rhode Island, the Rams. They have 187 points. 1 point behind them is the Charleston Cougars with 188 in eighth place. And in ninth place, you have the Boston College Eagles at 189 points. And then in 10th, 6 points behind the Boston College Eagles, is the New York Maritime Privateers. So it's very close. Fordham could be in there, but I mean, I don't see Fordham getting it. It's just, it's like 18 points. You know, they need everyone to flip and for them to be the only ones that win.
They have to win this next race.
Yes, exactly.
They have to win this next race, and the other boats need to be like mid-fleet back.
Or last. Because
Yeah.
I think they're like 18 out.
Yeah.
So they need a lot.
Yeah. So
but for everyone else, it's quite tight. So we can see, so Coast Guard, who we're pretty confident is comfortable, right? That's them up. They're doing exactly what they need, right? They might be actually crossing here and doing really well, but they're getting the job done. In 12, we have BC putting in a strong performance. And then let's see who else. Where's the Maritime? The Privateers. So this is boat 10. This is URI, who had to tack out after being over and round the end. They're having a tough race right now.
yeah, that's so unfortunate because they've definitely been really putting the hammer down, and I'm really rooting for them.
Yeah.
Like they've really, I mean, I'm almost positive that their A division sailor is still winning A.
Yeah, and Matt Peters is a delightful coach, and he's done a really good job with that team this year. So, you know, it would be a little sad to see it get cut short.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, that is a significant lead in their A division as well.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a 21-point lead Kareem Erkman has.
So we just watched, boat 4 and 5. So a few boats seem to be getting hung up on the mark. It's a little bit tighter of a rounding than it has been. But we saw Coast Guard in the lead. We saw that they were actually able to cross from the top right and secure it. There's Fordham in 18. They are looking pretty, I think they're mid-fleet actually. They're only about 6. They need to be significantly better to be in it. And then I haven't seen where the Privateers are. Have you, Gloria?
I have not.
All right, let's see. I think.
Look for that boat
Yeah,
one.
so
See
they
boat one?
are, yes, I can see them from my booth. They are in 4th, so keeping it very close.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good for them.
Unfortunately, they need 6 points on Boston College, right, for 9th place.
Okay.
So BC winning, but they only need 9 points on the Rams, who we watched have rounded in 18th. So a 4th place will bump the Privateers and kick the Rams from 7th all the way down to 10th.
Oh, jeez. And I'll tell you what, it's been so sunny today. It's been so hot. And so this is our super friendly reminder that we've been so lucky to be reapplying Dermatone. Been definitely just protecting us from that sun and plenty of the sailors around here. So you can see, look at that lovely Dermatone tent that we have. Remember, it's as simple as going to dermatone.com and using College Sailing 20 for 20% off. Just that simple. So College Sailing 20 for 20% off. So go ahead. Go buy yourself some protection. It's not safe out here.
No.
No.
Save your sin.
Every dermatologist, get it? Dermatologist, Dermatone, that's good. That's good.
That's good.
Every dermatologist is talking about it, you know? You gotta wear it every single day, especially just everywhere.
They say even if you're not doing sports.
Exactly. Even if you're not going outside.
Yeah.
Guess what? Do you know you don't have to go outside to be wearing sunscreen. It can beam through the windows, believe it or not. Driving a car, yeah, it's real.
Truck drivers.
It's real. So real. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Use that Dermatone.
Yes.
All right. Talk numbers to me, Charlie. You're good with the numbers. My brain is so melted. You know, I'm in here too. I'm in here deep. So talk numbers.
I'm good. Yeah, so
What are you
just
good?
to confirm, because we had the code, it is College Sailing 20. College Sailing 20 with a G.
With a G for Gloria.
As for
right,
Gloria.
Charlie? Yeah, a G for Gloria.
G for Gloria.
Not L for Laura. No.
It was Julia, so.
Oh, jeez.
I know. But anyways, man, it's light. It's tough out there.
That is. That's a tough spot to be. And it's hot. I mean, I'm feeling the heat and I'm in shade.
Mm-hmm.
So we know what the heat means. And yeah, there's boat 18. That is the Fordham Rams.
Yeah, they're looking.
I think they've caught some.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're still kind of in the mid-fleet. There's a pack. Yeah, you can just see on the left side of your screen a pack slightly ahead of them. And that pack is our leaders. There's about 4 to 5 of them up there. So it's going to be tight at the mark here. It's going to be really tight.
Yeah. So when you know it's going to be this tight at the mark, what are you doing as a sailor on that downwind to start preparing for that?
I'm so early looking to the outside. And I do think that there is some key to finding the mark that nobody wants to, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, even if you can get to that inside and you've got the room, you just want, especially in these light conditions, you want that separation from everyone, right?
Yeah.
I hate having other sailors around me. Maybe it's my ego. I always think they're my way.
I was just about to say the same thing. I am definitely a low-density person who's like, I hate having bad air. I'm like, I would rather go to the mark where nobody's going so I can just have my clean air and just vibe, you know?
Let me out on my own. Everyone else is just going to be in my way anyways. You know? They're slower than me, so.
Not sure that was my mentality, but me, I was like, I feel smushed. I need out. I'm always going for the mark with less traffic. You know?
So BC is going to be second on this rounding.
Well done by BC.
No, third or fourth. So they lost a few boats around there. You can see first boat who come around the outside. That's Harvard deciding to split.
And I do not want to be outside rounding these marks. Oh, man. And some of these boats just not getting that good leeward heel rounding to round it, you know? Like in that light air stuff, like I'm like, let's get athletic for this mark rounding.
Yeah.
Like we we need some speed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that's 10 coming in. So, man, they've not been able to come back from that start.
Oh.
It's really tough to see.
Man. Wait, that's not good for your eye.
Yeah, so here you go. You can see on the left side of the screen, you can see what we're talking about, right? Rhode Island, they just rounded the mark in 18th place. They were in 7th with 187. But what's the points? 9 points to 10th place to the privateers, and I believe, boat 1 is now working out. So on the top of your screen, he's working out to the left side, and looking really strong.
Yeah. Where is boat 18 Fordham? We're not doing.
They rounded the left-hand turn gate and tacked back towards the middle. So I can.
Oh, nice.
You can just see him there, right below 13.
Yep.
And then that boat tacking, right? That's 1. That's SUNY Maritime. So it's really here against SUNY and Rhode Island, right?
You know who's struggling? Charleston, boat 14.
Yeah, they're not having a great one either, huh?
Uh-uh.
Seriously, wow.
That's going to be a stir up.
Yeah. So 14, SUNY are both out far left.
Yep.
And then
and Fordham.
Yep.
And Fordham.
And on the complete opposite side of the course is boat 10 on the right side. So we're going for either 0 or hero, I guess, from Rhode Island. But, if you're thinking you've got the lead, you don't need to win the race, right? You just need to get close to the sailors that need to be behind you.
Yeah, that's very true. If 10 can catch up to, let me crunch the numbers in my head.
I mean, it's anyone. They just need to be close behind either BC, the SUNY,
or Charleston.
Charleston. They just need to finish very closely behind one of those teams, and they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Pardon me. Just sneeze.
So we just saw 3 tack back. So that's Coast Guard, right? So they're in the top half of in the top 3 in this race right now.
10 doesn't look bad. Look at this Look at this right side.
And we can see
Look at that
though,
lift.
we're just gonna start. These are the top boats that you're looking at, right? That are crossing the race course, and we're gonna start seeing whether the left side is gonna beat them out. On the left side is where we have SUNY Maritime, we have College of Charleston over there, and I believe BC is just coming in now. So yeah, what a great angle to see. So there's 10 on your screen. In that pack, right, up in the top left-hand corner, not the ones in the way back, forget them. The ones that were just above that green sail, those are the sailors that Rhode Island needs to beat. So he's looking really good.
He's looking great. So that's the funny thing is here's I'm not mad. So this is a very much so a situation of bang the corner.
Yeah.
You had a bad start. You've fallen behind, and Rhode Island really was like, I need a Hail Mary. I need to do something crazy to catch back up here because I'm pretty far behind. And they did the crazy. They're like, I'm just going to bang the right side. And it's not looking so bad for them. They've closed the gap that they had from behind.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they look amazing. Hear me out. They don't look amazing, but they've closed a gap. And I think it's a little bit easier sometimes to catch some boats on the downwind than it may be on that upwind for them.
Well, it definitely is. I mean, we saw in these conditions that it's quite spread out sometimes around these roundings. And then on the downwinds towards the end, we're still seeing uphill current on those downwinds. We can see that it's downhill current here. So that's Charleston on port. This is really bad for them.
Oh.
URI is, and there's the privateers.
Oh, they really stuffed it in there, 14.
Yeah, and the current has been shifting. They're not. Oh, they did make that just fine.
Wow. I'm pretty impressed there. Boat 10 has picked up two
boats. Yeah, they're only 2 places, but actually they're 2 or 3 behind Charleston, and that's all the point spread is. So it's going to be really, really tight here.
Yeah. And keep in mind that is the rotations sheet you're seeing, so that way you guys have an idea of which boat is which, not the scores. But you know what? Mad respect to URI. A win is a win. You know what I mean? They're picking up boats. They didn't quit. They did something a little bit more drastic, kind of what you do when you're that far behind. You're like, God, if I just follow everybody, I'm just going to be in everybody's bad air.
Yeah.
You kind of have no other choice but to kind of do something crazy like that, like, screw it, I'm banging the corner, So they did that, picked up 2 boats, and guess what? Now on the downwind, they're hungry for more. They're like, I'm just going to keep counting boats I can pick off. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're going for a high reach here.
Yeah. They've been on their right side all day.
All day.
Right
is right.
We've seen them at the boat, tack out. Let me send it to the right side of the race course. So
Roadie Rams think right is right. Roadie Rams right is right.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of alliteration involved in it.
Yeah, and they're kind of following this pack that is just heading the right side. You see boat 3 has also gone to the right. That's the Coast Guard Bears. In this race, I'm just saying it right now, Coast Guard Bears, if they hold this, they're locking themselves in.
Yeah, they'll be solid. They'll be done.
Well done, Coast Guard. Now, let's take a look. Where is boat 1? Kind of in the middle of that pack. That's going to be boat 1, SUNY Maritime. Not the worst place to be.
No, but they need 6 points. They need it here.
Well, Hail Mary.
They got a chance. It's going to be close. It's going to be down to the finish. You know?
So they have they look like they have clear air right now.
They look.
Oh, you know.
So
well,
this side of the race course over by 2 and 3. I know it looks really glassy on your screen there, but I think we are actually starting to see a bit of a current shift again, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Has it been long enough?
Let's see.
The current will be going back the other way?
3:55.
Maybe not yet.
I could see it.
It just seems. It seems like they're on a bit of a magic carpet over there. There is a current line on the race course that we can see. So something has been changing around here.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking for boat 12. I think boat 1 lost some boats by kind of taking it back to the middle of SUNY Maritime.
Yeah.
There's boat 12 right ahead of them. Hold up now. Wait a minute. Charlie, you're saying they need 6 points ahead of
12.
12 between them and Boston?
They need, yes. They only need, yes, just 6 points between them and Boston.
Okay, that's not bad. Look at that. There's boat 12.
Yeah, but I think 12 is, 12. So 12 is going to be well ahead of SUNY Maritime.
Well, let's see. I saw them look quite close to one another. There's boat 18 pulling up out of the cusp.
Yep.
Fordham Rams.
Yeah, it's just not good enough for Fordham yet, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, but they still they can stir things up. I mean, they're coming in on starboard. What if they just take BC out? I don't know. A little match racing. Maybe, things might get personal here.
Yeah.
Maybe they know that they're not making it, and they're like, well, I don't know.
They got a friend that they want to make it? Help another Mesa school?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, but I feel like we've seen it happen before. Nothing's impossible here.
We've seen strange.
Look at that. Come on. Look, boat 1 is right there. He's got like 1 or 2 boats between 12. 12 is kind of reaching out over to the right side. Boat 1's wing on wing, kind of going fast, going for that jibe. I don't know.
So they're definitely still sailing into the current, right? We just know that because of how everything is stacking up. So 12's doing the wrong thing, right? You don't want to be sailing into the current. You don't want to be sailing parallel to the current, perpendicular to the current. That's the word. You want to keep your bow into the current. You want to be sitting there in the heat, sweating away, but pushing the bow and wheeling the boat just through. I mean, 12 just sailed themselves behind boat
SUNY.
1. Yeah, and look at that.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at that bow. That's boat 10.
Look at that.
Boat 10's right there with them.
Do you want to know what I think is incredibly impressive right now? Is that boat 10, you're right.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah. But
right back there.
What I'm so impressed about was boat 1 from SUNY right there was kind of in this like crowd of boats, and just you could tell that they kept their calm because they were like just sailing, focusing on the jib. And it's like I feel like in the heat and the light air stuff, like when I'm in the middle of a pack, I'm like sweating. I'm like, oh my gosh, like panic jibe.
Yeah.
Super well done there by SUNY Maritime. No kidding. Where's 12? I gotta see this. This is
getting stressed.
Yeah, I'm sweating. I don't know how everybody else is feeling right now, but
we haven't seen Charleston either.
Oh,
they're in the mix. No, but they're in there. There we go. That's the shot we need, right? We just want to leave it there for a moment so you can appreciate how condensed this race has come right in to the finish. I mean, I don't know how they're going to fit all those boats in the finish line. It's not big enough for that pack to all go through there at the same time.
Ooh. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think that if Charleston takes this digger, I think Charleston may have sailed themselves out of the top 9, and BC and SUNY have just sailed themselves into top 9. and Fordham, I think, will hold.
I don't think Charleston's. I
not
don't think
Fordham.
Charleston's
You're right.
that far back. I think Charleston's going to be
Where
be
are
fine.
they?
See, there they are.
Boat 18?
They're 14. No,
14?
they're 14.
Oh,
So they're fine.
you're right.
I think SUNY's put on a fairly good race, but it's not. I just don't think it was enough.
And but
they've
wait,
got
you
a
can't
good
forget about
shot.
URI. So now they have to.
URI's in 10.
No, they're point spread. No way.
You can. I don't know if you guys at home can hear the yelling that's going on in the background. I mean, oh, here we go. This is it, right?
Here's the giant battle.
Boat 3 gets it. But now here's what we want to watch, right? Here's 10. So there's 14. 14 safe.
Boat 1.
Boat 1. 12, it's going to lose.
Where's 12?
They just lost to 10. I don't think, though. I think it's going to be very close. My guess is it's very, very close between Boston College and Boat 12 now and SUNY Maritime. I think BC hung on just enough.
Yeah.
But if it's going to be by 1 or 2 points, that's it.
That's tough for CNA.
It is. It is.
That is really tough.
They've sailed a great regatta.
Excellent.
Zach's a friend of mine and has done a great thing. So much good work with that program, and it's yeah. Plus, they're fellow Maritimers, so
They're your neighbors across the water.
they're our neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that was just excellent sailing done, folks. We'll get those scores up as soon as we can. I'll tell you this much: it's lightened up enough that I just don't think they're going to get another race on.
Yeah, and we'll see about that after we take a short break.
Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of College Sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
Welcome back. We're back. So yeah, we're watching the Western sail in right now. And the Eastern is finishing out their race. If I'm not mistaken, this is their second downwind. This is like coming to the finish line, or do they have another upwind?
I believe they're coming to the finish line.
Okay, lovely.
So we'll be able to bring you that finish here in just a moment. Here we go.
Right. And folks, the thing is we're not sure if they're gonna do another 1-1. So once we get an update on that from race committee, we will most certainly update you. But take a look at this race. There's a boat that is just absolutely sucker punched to the front.
Yeah, that's boat 12.
Wow.
I believe that is. Who you got over there, Gloria?
Yeah, boat 12, BU Terriers.
Just putting on a clinic.
Right?
Showing everyone how it's done.
Wow. Talk about potentially, I'm not going to say it, but potentially last race of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to really end it with a bang.
Yeah. I know there's a few more people that are trying to end it with a pretty big bang. Let's see. Yeah, so there's boat 2, right? So that's Roger Williams in 4th place. Now, they need 10 points over Tulane. So Tulane is in boat 1. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that off. But it's close. I mean, Tulane is in 15th, 16th-ish place here.
Oh, mate.
And Raj is gonna secure probably a 4. I mean, again, it's gonna be really close.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, hear me out now. Tulane's in 9th place right now.
Yeah. But they're in 14th place in this race, right?
Right. They're in 9th with 218 points.
Yep.
Cornell with 221 in 10th.
Oh.
Yeah, mate.
Ah.
Webb
sorry.
in 11th with 231, and Roger Williams with also 231.
So they need 13.
They need to beat
so
Cornell.
Raj needs 13 points by here, and Cornell needs to beat them by
Yeah,
only 3
Tulane's
points.
in boat 1.
Yeah.
Tulane's
yeah,
in boat 1. And so we need to look at
So
Tulane
really, we
and
need
Cornell.
to know where Cornell is here.
14. Let's find 14. This is the fun part.
14's tough. 14's in the back.
Oh. Interesting.
14 most likely isn't going to get them.
Question. So not as buried as Tulane.
No. Well, no, they're way more buried than Tulane. They're
They're
in
like 18th buried.
But Tulane is looking at like a 15th, which isn't enough, right? They need.
No, they're in 9th.
Raj needs 13 points. You count them in 9th? In boat 1?
Yeah, Tulane's in 9th place overall.
I know. So
218
they're the
points.
ones on the cusp, right?
Oh, yeah, mate.
So the difference
man.
between Raj needs 13 points, right? So Raj just took is about to take
wow.
a third? No.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
No,
You're
they're
right.
not going to get it. They can't get it.
Who, Roger Williams can't?
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get it, unfortunately.
Sorry, crunching the numbers is tough, you know?
On the fly,
Sometimes
too.
On the fly, yeah.
Raj needs like 13 points between them, 13 boats between them and Tulane. I think Tulane is just going to hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Look at this finish, Gloria.
Wow.
But look, so Tulane, really smart sailing, right? Slide over with Cornell in boat 14. Because, actually, that's a 17th. Wow, it's still going to be close with Roger Williams.
Oh,
but I think that they got it done. I think that they are secure in their positioning and that they are going to be headed to the finals most likely. Or we could be doing one more round.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's worth noting some of those sailors, superstar sailors, that have just been really pedal to the metal today. I just want to talk, give a shout out to those teams in the Eastern semifinals that have just been fighting nonstop to climb their way to 9th place. In that group and from Webb, we have Rain Duff, Kenna Reed, Walter Wolf. From Roger Williams, we have Kyle Frang, Carlos DeCastro, Aiden Hoogland, Julie O'Connor, Hank Bailey, Carly Kiss, Molly Matthews. From Cornell, all woman, Bridget Green, Gabby DeBello, Lucia Ruzevic, as one may say. From Tulane, Cameron Giblin, Jillian Perel, Brady Stark, Andrea Riefkol Gonzalez. So, those guys have really just been fighting for it. So, and in their B divisions, we have from Tulane, Thad Letzum, Ciara Rodriguez Horan, Andrea Riefkol Gonzalez, Jillian Perel, Cornell's B division, Hayden Earl, Meredith Moran, Amelia Newman, Sophia Mulvania. From Roger Williams in their B division, they had Oliver Stocky, Cameron Wood, Claire Buckley, Annika Irene, and from Webb Institute we had Payne Donaldson, Cody Zhang. So got to shout them out. Those guys have been pedal to the metal all day, really holding down the fort, and I think everybody deserves recognition. I think this was a very difficult semifinals on both ends.
It has been. It's been extremely close too.
Oh.
And we get the treat of having just a little bit more of it. I can see that the 420s are sailing back out, Gloria. So it looks like that they're going to at least attempt to do another 1-in-1 set.
Oh, wow. I must have been an eager beaver.
I know. I thought it was done. But they're going to try. There's a lot of light air.
Yeah.
We can't promise that they can complete it. And I don't believe that they can sail the B division. They have to get everything in before the time limit, which is it ends in 52 minutes.
52 to be exact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but if anyone can do it, I'm sure our PRO, illustrious Kyle Assad, can get it done.
Our brave leader. Awesome. So in the meantime, we're waiting for those boats to sail out to the starting line. Hold on to your horses because we'll be right back.
White flag is in effect. Big tack down there. I got 18.39. Nine, 18. 312, 9, 18, 312, 18 clear. 9, 3, 18, 12, 18 clear. 9 clear. 3, 12, 3, 12. Clear. 3 clear. All right, FJs, we're going to get these guys 2 minutes up the course, then we'll fire you up.
All right, and we are back racing, going for a last 1-in-1 set. We just have the start of the Western Race 13A. I'm joined in the booth by one of my fellow students, Danny Hughes. He's class of 2025 at Georgetown. Thanks for being here, Danny.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. It's great to be on.
Well, as much as I'd love to chat and catch up, we've got a little bit of racing to watch here. If we can cut back to the Western, well, look, there's a lot of teams right now, and we are looking at some really close points. I believe we only have a few points separating the teams that are going to make it and the teams that are going to be out.
Yeah, it's getting really close here. It all comes down to that 9th place finish. And so with only 2 races left, this is what it all comes down to.
Yeah, right. So we've got, I believe we've got Tulane on the inside, right here in the Westerns. Sorry, that is in the Easterns. In the Westerns, we are showing the results. Let's see if we're updated. I gotta pull them up. Gloria, welcome back.
Thank you so much. It's always nice to take a little stroll, you know?
Walk the dogs. How's the stress levels?
Stress levels? Oh. So I always love checking that out. Listen, it's getting emotional out there.
I'll be honest. Like it, yeah.
I'll be honest. I don't know if you guys had mentioned this yet, but what they're doing to speed up the rotations following this is they're sending out all the B Fleet sailors out on the water.
Ah.
Yeah. No coaches, though. No coaches. So just sailors. Sailors on power boats, cranking them out there. So everybody's kind of starting to panic. They're like, all right, everybody get up and going. And, they're sending them out there.
They just got off the water.
Yeah.
And now they're turned around, thrown back out with the water bottle.
Yep. And they said good luck.
Yeah, these races have been exceptionally long, especially with that up-course current. We saw some really long downwinds, and I think they're just trying to squeeze these in before the cutoff at 5. And so they're doing a good job.
They really are.
Yeah.
We're hearing chants in the background, so I guess they're out of here. People are getting pumped up. But it feels like it'd be kind of, I'd want to be mellow out there right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to be too amped up. I think there, too, is probably enough energy going around, right? So in 8th place right here on the race that you're watching, we have University of Rhode Island Rams with 198 points. In 9th place, still on the inside, making the cut, is SUNY Maritime College with 201. So they did get the separation, the 6 points that they needed over Boston College. but not by much. Boston College is in 10th now, finding themselves going into the last race looking from the outside in, with but only 1 point behind
Just
SUNY.
trailing by 1 point. So I'm sure they're going to be keeping a lookout for the privateers in this race and just trying to close that gap. And it really comes down to these last races with such a tiny gap. And even Fordham just trailing by 6 points behind 9th place. It's really tight.
Yeah. Right? That's not enough of a gap that you can just, match race on your own, right? You have to pay attention. You can't just, say, all right, well, all we got to do is qualify and take the guy behind out, because if you go 17, 18, then you're not going to be able to make it. Fordham is pretty fast. They're going to be up there.
Yeah, and so just taking a look at those scores, like Charleston 197, URI 198, SUNY 201, BC 202, Fordham 207. Your Fordham 207 points, right? Charleston is 197, so 10 points away from Charleston. Who are you going to match race off that starting line, Charlie?
I couldn't match race. It'd be too much stress for me. All right, and here on your screen, right, we've got the scores. So let's just run down from the top. Harvard is in, Stanford in second place is in, Georgetown is in, Bowdoin is most likely in, Dartmouth is in, Coast Guard is getting close, but they're in. And then this is where it's tight. Charleston Cougars in 7th, like we said, 197 points. Then you got the Rams, 1 point behind them, in 8th with 198 points. And then in the last spot on the end, you have the Maritime Privateers, only 3 points behind them with 201. And then in 10th, it's Boston College, 1 point out from making the cut.
Very close. And I know I saw Maritime with a pretty strong rounding around the offset there. I'm not sure exactly what position they're in now, but I know they are boat number 18. And so that looks very good for their qualifying position, but we got to keep an eye on
it should be boat 13.
But BC as well.
Yeah. So BC I have in 13. So that's them there, right? So we just briefly saw them.
Yeah, we just saw them there.
I'm trying to see what our positioning between the two of them is, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, BC with a very strong rounding as well. It looks like they're in about 5th place right now. But it's hard to tell with that.
Yeah, with the way the course, with the way the fleet's split, right, around the mark, because, all these teams want to optimize edge, especially in this light breeze. It gets really difficult to tell, who's going to fill in, who's going to have it. But, man, yeah, both 13. And then I can just see the privateers. Yeah, so we can, I want to say the privateers are just outside boat 13 there.
It's gonna be interesting to see as the fleet comes down the course here. It tends to condense right around the gates, and we see lots of big kinetic movements and big jibes, big roll jibes. We saw a lot of boats capitalize on that as the fleet condensed in the last couple races, especially in this lighter breeze.
Yeah, it becomes such a body mechanics operation, and it's you'll see this cascading effect, right? Because Danny, as you know, as someone who's been red flagged once or twice,
absolutely,
that you can't just jibe and roll the boat for the sake of it repeatedly, right? But
exactly,
if someone else next to you jibes, let's say onto starboard, then you could jibe, and maybe that'll trigger someone else around you who then is justified in jibing, and maybe that jibe re-triggers you to jibe, and vice versa. And you'll see the fleet using each other to just get as many of those jibes in as they can until the umpires catch on.
Exactly. Sometimes you can even see two boats start to split away from the fleet a little bit, jibing at each other, and using each other to have a reason to jibe. And so, yeah, as we see the fleet near the gates, we may start to see those movements.
Yeah, so we just saw boat 18, the privateers, right? So 4 places behind them, how I see, is where I am seeing boat 13 of BC. So BC needs to be a little bit more higher up. We're also seeing, man, it's just so tight, you know? You just don't know who to watch. College of Charleston is right in there too.
Here we go. Some big jibes coming at the bottom gate here.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see, you can start to see
Boat
it
number
work.
7 with a big jibe.
Yeah, so there's 15 College of Charleston. They're going to be 5th or 6th at this mark. And then, oh, there we go. Behind them, so in 18th, there's SUNY, the Privateers. Also going to a couple places behind Charleston.
And here we see Maritime, the Privateers in the madness, going with a left turn around the gate here. We're going to have to keep an eye on boat number 13 as well. BC splitting with them around the gates. It's going to get interesting, folks.
Yeah, so we've got the split right. We've got 2 boats coming out to the right that we care about. SUNY, and I believe it was also, I thought we saw the Rams coming out to the right side of the race course. And then we've got BC splitting far out to the left, along with College of Charleston over there. Yeah, so it's just so important, right? So, Danny, you've done a lot of this. How do you stay cool, calm, and collected in these stressful situations?
In this, especially in this lighter breeze where, you know, the fleet starts to get very condensed, it's difficult. And I know I sailed with Spencer Kriegstein, and a lot of time it helps to have a crew that is very level-headed and can calm you down in those situations and just be confident in your boat handling, be confident in your abilities, and just keep the boat going fast. And sometimes you want to do a lot of these movements to keep the boat going, but sometimes it's better to just do less and to just keep that flow and not disturb the boat too much by too many movements. So keeping that level-headedness and keeping good communication with the crew is huge.
Nice. Well, thanks for the tips. We'll have to pass it on. I believe, Danny, that concludes our time. But thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow in the finals.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Charlie, what are you seeing out there?
I'm seeing the roadies far out on the right side. They've got it pretty covered up. They're in a good point. I don't think they need to be stressed. I also see, I think you should be stressed at BC. Boat 13, they're kind of in the middle of the race course. Yeah, so here they are. So they're coming back through the middle of the fleet. They're just not doing enough. I don't know if splitting from the privateers was probably their best decision. It felt like they, you know, I don't know.
Do you know who's having an excellent race on this upwind, though, in the Western? Is Fordham.
Really?
Boat 1, I think so. That's definitely boat 1 and Fordham boat and boat 1. And
yeah,
they look like
that.
They're leading. They're on starboard tack right now. But 14 and 5 actually had ducked them. And now, let's see. So they're going to be coming up on port ley line. But I thought that Fordham actually looked quite strong. So if Fordham ends up rounding this mark in first place, that's definitely going to cause some stirring.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Because they were, what we decide, what? They were 6 points behind?
Yeah. So let's take a look. They're rounding. I think they might be winning this race right now.
They are. They just rounded the women mark in first.
That's the Fordham Rams there.
Yep.
Boat 1.
Wow. So there is, so next the one was, we just saw boat 15. That was College of Charleston rounding in 5th.
There you go. The next boat we're looking for is 13 BC or
There's 11.
there we
URI.
go. URI. And then we're looking for boat 18 SUNY Maritime.
Yep. So
which it looks like
wow,
there's
yeah.
boat 18 SUNY Maritime. And now we're just looking for boat 13.
So they're ahead.
The BC Eagles.
BC Eagles is rounding right behind URI at the offset right now.
SUNY
right?
is 2 points
behind. So,
oh, man.
So BC is currently beating SUNY out for the spot. And
but
I believe
Fordham might give them both the boot.
Boot, exactly.
That is drama. That is drama. So, but don't forget is these teams also have their B divisions. Look at that is when we have a chance we'll show you, but you can see these beautiful what do you even call those, fender boats? Oh, no.
Launches.
Going out with all the B division sailors. I love that. That's commitment, you know? They're like, everybody get on these boats. You're rotating on the water. I love that. That is truly commitment. But yeah, there's boat 11, University of Rhode Island Rams, just holding down the fort. I don't know. Wait, so there's quite a bit of number crunching to do here. 13 is BC, which is right behind University of Rhode Island. On a point scale, BC is 4 points behind University of Rhode Island.
So Rhode Island's holding on then.
Right.
But
now Charleston, where's Charleston in the mix?
Charleston's ahead of both of them.
Okay. So what we're potentially seeing here is that Charleston would hold the 7, URI would hold the 8, and then Fordham might give SUNY and BC the boot and snag the 9.
Yeah. And there's our flotilla of B division skippers.
Oh, amazing.
And crews heading out, all probably nervously, right? Watching the racing.
Right.
Feeling very alone.
I'll be honest, if I was one of those B division sailors, what I would do to make myself feel better is just grab my crew and be like, let's talk about what's going on in these races. What is working out in these races?
I would be, I have to chat up. I'd be chatting up friends.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I take myself too seriously on the mic because knowing myself, I can never, my issue is that I just talk too much and then I never get into that.
Yeah, we'd be here in the launch chatting up.
Yeah, I'd be
better, you know, I feel like college sailing is a little more smack talk. But if everyone was nicer to each other, we could get away with some more smack talk.
Yeah.
You know?
That's fair. That's fair. I'm like, I guess so.
I guess so. All right, so here's BC. Man, it's tough out there. It looks hot in those boats.
Oh my gosh. I mean, those downwinds look slightly, well, I don't want to be all mean, but they look miserable.
Yeah.
You know, there's no other way to put it. They look a little bit miserable.
So we saw this side of the race course work towards every finish we've had so far, right? The boats that have managed to extend to the camera side, really. So to the right side of your screen on the downwinds, have shown we're able to have significant gains coming in right at the end of the line. I believe the pin has been adjusted just based on what I'm seeing from here, but man, the last race, the pin end of the finish was incredibly favored.
Right. Yeah, it's tough, honestly. And the biggest thing is even in this light air stuff, like, sure, it makes a difference to start at the favored end, but also at what cost?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like, to me, if there was even that significant difference in between the pin and the boat, I can't help but be like, I just want to be fast off the start, and this pin almost seems like a distraction. So why not just start like middle boatish and just get off the line?
Yeah, and just get out. It's
fast, and I just want like a fire acceleration and just get my speed going. And then once you're in the groove, you're in the groove.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. That is what you need and want.
Yeah, and like just a little fun rivalry right now. Harvard and Stanford are both tied for first. So that's a little fun rival in this race.
That is a good one.
Yeah, right?
I like a grudge match out there, you know? There's a subplot going on.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways. But I believe, so this is the finish. So we're going to see what is Yeah, so we're seeing the same thing we saw the last race, right? This right side of the course, right? So boats, it looks like 13 BC in a really strong position. And boat 3, I don't know who that is with them, are just really decimating over the fleet and coming in really, really strong into the finish pin here.
There's boat 11 just holding on. URI, though.
Yeah, so there is. So you can see that finish pin. And
boat 1, Fordham. So it looks like Fordham may...
They may get it. Here's
What's
the
gonna
drive.
happen?
Let's see. Big roll. Good flatten.
Oh!
Not enough. But very good effort. So look at the current, right? We can see it. The current is moving almost slightly right to left.
My
So that'll
goodness,
be
what
down on your screen.
Look at this finish.
I know, here we go.
Oh my goodness. Boat 11, URI taking third. Massive collision, and that's BC. That's BC boat 13 just hung up on the pin.
That is.
That could be bad for them.
Yeah. They got that finish, but I think they had room.
I think they also had room.
It's like the sailors who were going on the downwind. They just stopped. They stopped sailing away. They just went. Yep, so there's off to the left of the screen is boat 7 spinning. We can see them spinning above the finish line, so they're going to have to refinish.
You guys are rotating off the launches. Head straight to the launches, please.
So we can see. So speaking of spins and protests, right? So we've heard that there are 3 outstanding protests that will have an effect over the results. So we don't know the results of those. We've also heard that since all the sailors involved in those protests are on shore, I believe, they're going to hear those protests while the racing is going on in the background. So we're going to be commentating on scores live as we see them happening on the race course.
Right.
If you see a discrepancy between what we're talking about and on your phone, note and give us a break.
Yeah.
The race committee might have gone in and just changed up the back,
Yeah.
But we will stay updated as much as we can, and we'll keep you guys updated.
You know what I love is all these high
us.
fives.
I know.
Look at that. I love watching this rotation happen. It's so much fun. You're seeing high fives, best of luck. You see some of that pre-start stuff. I like this. I love this.
Yeah, some race debriefs. It's good to see, and it's good to see because that's what the sport's about, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Making friends, talking about sailing.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm all about the. See, you know what, Charlie? The more and more I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I honestly couldn't even shut up talking to other people and cracking jokes when it was 1 minute and 30 seconds to go before the start. So now that I think about it, I'm like, you throw me on a launch boat with 25 other sailors, I'm not going to shut up.
I think it's a subtle confidence too,
Oh,
when you can just be the person that's on the cusp, stressed out, and you're just cool, calm, collected, shooting the breeze, just having a blast.
Maybe that's why people would tack on me. They're like, why is she so happy all the time?
Yeah.
You can't be that happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you not freaking out right now? Why is she so happy?
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's sailing. It's a lovely sport. Extremely competitive, but.
Oh yeah. So okay. So here's what we've got. Is it's 4:46. We're gonna try and get these other races started. But let's go ahead and try and see if we can get a look at what this finish is gonna be for this coming Eastern race.
Yeah. So here we go. Right. So we're almost past it, but we talked. Right. So I don't believe it's as close, right? But it is very close.
It's not, but it is.
No, it is. Sorry, my apologies. It's
Tell me
just
what teams you want. What teams are we looking for
We're
here?
looking for Tulane. They're going to be in boat 18, right? They are in 9th place with 235 points. Behind them, 1 point behind them, in boat 3 is Roger Williams, and I believe. Nope. And then we have Cornell 2 points behind them in boat 15. So, sorry, 3 points behind Roger Williams. So Cornell is 4 points out of 9th. Roger Williams is only 1 point out of 9th.
And Tulane is sitting in 9th.
And Tulane is sitting uncomfortably in 9th.
All right. Yeah, Miami seems pretty locked. Okay, so we're looking for boat 18 right now.
We are. We are.
Do you see boat 18?
No. And what's scary is normally I look from the front to the back. Oh, I've found them. So boat 18 is in 5th place here, I want to say. Maybe 6th.
Hey,
yeah,
we'll take
so they're
that
on your screen there. So there's about 3 boats in front of the pack that they're in.
3, 18, and 5. Look at that. 3 and 18 are somewhat.
But Raj, right, their competition, just jibe towards them. This is really close. I mean,
Wow.
18's going to have it. But, you now got to tell your B skipper, hey, I did my job, right?
Ooh.
We're going to have them by 1 point. But then you have to go in and do...
That's never the conversation I want to be having.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Oh, hey, I gave you a gap. It's 2 points, you know?
Best
Go
of
get
luck,
it.
buddy.
Yeah, right? Like,
Go kill it.
it's crazy.
Wow.
So here's 18. I'm pretty confident that 3 is well behind them. Not much. Not much.
Oh. There's 18.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you were able to hear Kyle there, right, we had 18 and then boat 13 and now just boat 3. So that is
Let's take a look.
2 points, 3 points, they'll be up.
Yeah, so 18 was first. Roger Williams was the third in that group.
So
wow. 2 points. They've got 2 points.
They've added 2, but they had them by 1, so there should be 3 now, right?
3 points.
Yeah.
You got 3 point buffer. Hey, hear me out though. Tulane, if I'm not mistaken, I believe won nationals by 1 point last year.
Really?
Yes,
so this
they did.
is business as usual for them.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Let me just confirm that as well, folks.
It's just, Charles Higgins down. He likes to put on a show,
And that would be correct. So Tulane won by 1 point last year at the Fleet Race National Championship. They won with 223 points. Yale finished second with 224. And I actually remember commentating that very final race of the national championship. It was like they actually didn't tell their B skipper that they needed to beat a certain boat by, 2 or 3 points?
Yeah.
He had no idea.
He just said, go sailing.
So we're all watching, ripping our hair out. On the downwind, he catches 2 boats, and that's all he needed to clinch the national championship. And at that point in time, right before he crosses the finish line, it was like all he has to do is hold it. And he held it, and he crosses the line, and people are like celebrating. He's like, what happened? They're like, you just won by 1 point.
You got it.
Isn't that
wow.
nuts?
That's awesome.
It's electric.
What a way to do it. What a way to do it. So I believe we're going to be rolling shortly back into the Western here, right?
Yep.
We've got the 420s. The FJs we're looking at are sailing somewhere. They're being told to sail back out. Sorry, so the crews, they put all the crews for the Western on the launch boats, and then they went out and they rotated. But they didn't have space, obviously, it appears, for the crews for the Easterns. So the FJs have just spent time sailing in, and now, finally, the crews are coming out. And the only reason I let you know that is Kyle has 9 minutes to get into a starting sequence, and he still has to do a full rotation. So I don't know if he's going to be able to get it done.
He's not going to stop until he gets this going, though. I have a strong feeling.
No.
Let's take a look. What boats do we need to look at for the Western? BC.
Yeah, so
B Division, 13B. We need to look for boat 14. That's BC. we need to be looking for the Charleston Cougars in 16. We need to look for the Fordham Rams in boat 2. We need to look for New York Maritime in 17. And we need to look for URI in boat 12. Uh-oh, it's lightening up. Do you think they're going to be able to pull this off?
So I was thinking about this. We have 30 seconds left, so they're going to get this start off.
I've got my money on he's got it.
Yeah, he'll be able to get the Westerns off. But the question is, he doesn't have to get an Eastern off, right? The Eastern is a separate regatta. They could only have 12 races. It would be fine.
No, but they just completed a 13.
Exactly.
Oh.
An A.
You know, I
But
need
if-
to confirm this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. But regardless, if you're in the Western Division, and if you're one of the schools we just mentioned looking to get in, this is it. This is it. Here we go. This is your last
And they're
chance. And they're off clean. You can
Sounds
see,
like it's all clear as well, which is great news.
Yeah.
Honestly, you don't want a general recall.
No, that is your worst nightmare here, right? Is
Oh, yeah.
having to A, do it again, or, God forbid, an individual recall.
Oh, man. All right, let's take a look at some of these teams. So we're looking for 14, 16, 2, 17, and 12.
And you can see, so those are on the side of your screen right now. And if you don't care about it, and you're just watching to see your son, your brother, your daughter, your sister sailing, crushing it, well, we've got the rotations up for you.
Exactly.
So find their team and just, ride along with us.
You know what you hate to see, Charlie?
What?
Is a third lane start from boat 14, BC.
Oh, wow. Yeah. It just makes it harder.
Yeah, they're fast, though. They're fast, so I'm not counting them out. I'm not counting them out. Looks like boat 12 is winning the left there. URI. Wow.
Yeah.
Looking pretty spicy.
That's what they need.
Let's take a look. Where do we have the rest of the guys? We want to find boat 2 from Fordham.
Yeah, I don't see him. Boat 2. Also, good start. They're a little bow back. They seem slow on the left side. They just don't seem to have the pace that the people are having right now, but they should get it sorted
I think
out.
2 looks good. I think 2 and 12 are like in an excellent spot here.
Yeah.
It may be that's just me. Don't ask me though. I guess I don't know anything.
I think they got too much leverage. I
Really?
like this right. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I like 1.
We also did just receive confirmation. You're absolutely right. You don't technically have to do equal amount of races for, you know what I mean? Like Eastern could hypothetically not have to could do 13 just because Western did.
Yeah, it's a different regatta is the best way to think about it. Even though they're all competing, this is really the last qualifier for
Right.
nationals.
Right. Let's take a look. 2 and 12. Kind of like, I'm not. They're like playing like a little bit middle-ish.
Yeah.
Which is like, honestly, I'm not mad at it because it's like with the shifts, they now have a little bit of leverage on both sides. Now, you take a look over to the left. I'm trying to find 14 and 16, right?
Yeah. So
They're both
right
out left.
together. Yeah. They're
Smack
both
together.
out left together, having a good stressful time for their coach.
Oh yeah, 16 Charleston is sitting right kind of on top of 14 BC.
They're coming in. I don't like it.
I don't know. I mean, now they don't look
They're
the
looking
worst.
good though on these tacks. They're looking pretty good as these boats start to come back.
Do you know who does look good? Boat 17 SUNY Maritime.
Ah.
They're out on the right, kind of leading that right pack.
Yeah, they
So
are.
we've got right now we have 12 from URI, 2 from Fordham, and 17 from SUNY Maritime, kind of controlling the right side, which we've been seeing the kind of top right looks pretty nice. Like we've been seeing that work out. Now on the left-hand side, we have Charleston in boat 16 and BC in 14. both, let me see, the first boat to come in from the left side has ducked the top right-hand boats. So, folks, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm just not sure left is law today.
I don't think so.
I think right is right.
Right is right. The roadies have been doing it. But Gloria, here's what's interesting. So we were just talking about how, they don't have to have an equal amount of races. And right now, we're in sequence, as you can hear the horns in the background, for the only shot at getting the 13B division races off.
Yeah.
And I believe in a minute or two, we're going to cut and see their start. But if there's a general recall, that's it. They're done in the Eastern.
Right. But let me tell you something right now. Wow, what a tight, this is drama, let me tell you. Because what a tight squeeze between all the teams we need to be looking at. So boat 12 URI actually kind of punched, so they're quite chilling. But 14 also kind of, this is what I'm talking about, is 14 and 16 rounding right next to one another. Boat 2 and 12 and 17 all kind of launched ahead. So what we're seeing is we may see Charleston and BC being the teams to get the potential boot.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Seriously. All right, so coming to us, here's the start of the Eastern. They have the I flag up.
2 is over.
Yep. Here we go.
Well done, Kyle Assad.
Yeah. An
Getting that
individual
race
recall.
off. What a legend. What a legend. With 1 minute left.
Yeah. Just
God, I love that guy.
Just
I love
on
that guy.
time.
I love that guy. He must have rubbed his mustache for luck before that.
I think he wants redemption from the Final Four, huh?
No comment.
All right, and we're back looking at the Western, and we're waiting. It doesn't look like, Gloria,
Yeah. 12 and 2.
they haven't updated stores. I want to know.
Because they're
From last
rushing.
race.
I mean, PROs are like, they're trying to crank these bad boys out. I
Yeah.
bet you right now they have a little moment of downtime. But take a look at your view. We've got 12 leading this race. URI coming in hot.
Yeah.
They were like, you know what? I know what needs to happen right now. I know the job needs to get done. And I'm going to be honest. I saw Matt Peters talking to one of the sailors right before they sent out the B division. It looked serious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The dad voice is out.
Yeah,
He was,
yeah.
You know.
So 12 looks good. In boat 2, we have Fordham. Talk about a comeback of the century. I mean, they, as a team, are having such a strong set right now.
Yeah.
I love that for them. I love that for them. Then, let's see. Not too far behind. No, I may be mistaken. SUNY Maritime is kind of neck and boat. Let's see. SUNY Maritime.
Boat
Not too
17.
13. No, I'm looking for 14.
I know, it's hard, right?
Oh, mate.
So
17 and 14. SUNY Maritime and BC neck and neck right now.
Yes. So I can see.
Where's boat 16? Charleston.
Yeah, so here we see them. So
There they
16. So right there with 14 and 17.
Oh, mate.
All 3 boats just right next to each other.
I just want to watch them start driving at one another.
I know,
Almost. Kind of, just a little bit
Put
of
a little swing.
Yeah, a little bit of spice in our life.
Spicy enough, I think.
Yeah, I know. I want more. I want more spice.
I can't even handle these numbers.
I'll be honest. I think Fordham in these past 2 sets may have just sailed themselves into top 9, which, if that's the case.
It's tough, but they might have a shot at it.
I don't know, because I think they had a 2 in that last race, remember? Wow. Well done, URI.
Yeah, so here we go. Here, they're starting to jibe in towards the mark. So we're going to see that condense we've talked about. And there's definitely going to be people that win and lose out. I mean, Charleston's on the inside, but, man, it just looks like 14 from BC is sailing around them. Yeah, so 17, SUNY Maritime is pushed up high to the outside. So they're setting up well to come into the gate, but it just looks so light out there on the left. I'm surprised they want to be over there.
Oh, wow. So, and just a little bit more drama because I told you there wasn't enough spice to my life, is apparently there are some protests being filed.
Yes.
That may switch up the standings significantly.
Yeah. So we don't even know. We have no idea if those protests will come up or not.
By the way, just a shout out to this boat, boat 15. That is the Hobart and Williams Statesman. Just got to, they're doing great. They're winning this race right now. They deserve their shout out. That's Juan Carlos Lacerda Jones, Cooper Delbridge, Rachel Duggan. So, freshman. That's a freshman. He's winning the race right now.
Good for him.
That's what I'm saying. And crew, Cooper, freshman. Good for them.
Good for them.
Give credit where it's due. That's my biggest thing.
All right, so we're about to see, it's going to be boats 14, 7, then it looks like it's going to be 16, and then 17 around. So that's everyone we just talked about. And I think we're going to get some scores here in a minute, is what I'm hearing. So we'll be able to really know exactly, who needs to do what. And then, yeah, so, and here we go. So here are the scores, right? Again, we can skip our top 4. They're all consistent. But going down, so in 7th with 201 is the Roadies, right? They just need to not mess this up. They're there.
Right.
They're very close.
So close.
And 8th is the Cougars. Only 2 points ahead of BC, and they just rounded right behind them.
Oh.
And then Fordham, only 2 points behind Boston College. I mean, I think you're right. I think Fordham is going to sail themselves with a 2nd place here.
Into
or a 3rd in
the
this
top
race.
9.
Into the top 9.
Which, if that's the case, I mean, mad credit to them.
Yeah, just an incredible last 2 sets. What?
Oh.
I mean, they went a 3-2 in A division, and now they're looking to go 7-3 in B division. Just great sailing right at the end, at the last minute.
Yeah, look at that. A division, that 2. And then if they get a 2 here. Oh, man, let me tell you something. Georgetown is quite a vocal team.
Yeah, you can hear them getting pretty excited and riled up.
Who thought sailing's that exciting?
It always is. It always is that exciting.
Oh, wow. Such a fan base. Oh, man, I want to see some tacking duels, honestly. Trying to get spicy. 14 doesn't look bad right now. BC 14. Not bad at all. 17. Okay, so here's the hot take of this upwind. BC split off. BC split off from SUNY Maritime in boat 17. BC went left and SUNY went right. Which side do you think is going to pay?
I like the left.
You like the left?
Yeah.
Really? Like looking upwind the left?
I do. I think that top left just comes in strong.
I think
at the
it's
last minute.
I think it's a bottom left, top right.
All right.
Maybe that's just me.
You might be right.
Well, I'm also just looking at URI Rams, and
so real quick,
right is right.
We're looking here at the team sailing downwind through the race, right? I just noticed boat 18 Tulane is in 18th place right now.
No.
Is it not Tulane in 18 for the next rotation?
They're 17.
Oh, they're 17. Thank
You're
you.
scaring me. Woo. Why would you do this to me?
I was terrified.
Jeez. My goodness.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Oh, actually, just a little sneak peek. I think Tulane's in 2nd place in their race.
Okay.
Which, if that's the case, they needed that, so that's good. That's good. That's good for them. Row wave.
Row wave.
Row wave. Oh, okay, and we're getting one of our first mark roundings. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if I have to look at the rotations. I'm just going to assume that's Georgetown.
Just out there.
Just based off the noise.
Based off the noise we have, that I believe it is in boat 15 there.
Rounding in 2nd. That's boat 12.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, right is right. URI Rams.
Yeah.
Boat 12. And in 3rd, Fordham Rams. Ram to ram.
Yeah.
The Rams
ram off.
They just went like into a headbutting competition to climb into 9.
Yeah. Wow.
Boat 13. Oh, BC not far behind.
No.
I think that's a 2-point spread.
BC's very close.
Oh my goodness.
It is.
Who was that in boat 14? That was the Georgetown Hoyas in boat 14. And yeah.
So we've
It's
got.
really nice. They gave me confirmation.
Yeah. So right now, rounding right behind.
Wait a minute.
So we had 14 BC, 17 SUNY Maritime, and right behind that was about 16 College of Charleston.
So yeah, well, Hobart. By the way, Hobart's still winning this race, the B division race for the Western. And second is URI, third Fordham, and oh mate, BC really clinching this right now. I mean, I think BC might have 4th place. So we're talking URI Rams 2nd, Fordham 3rd, BC 4th. I think they just sailed themselves into. No, BC's 14. Hold up, wait a minute now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
but BC's catching a boat.
They are.
They're right on SUNY's tail. Oh my goodness.
And they need to beat College of Charleston here by 2 points.
And Charleston is 16.
Yeah, and they're doing it. I don't know if they're doing it. It's so close, right?
Oh wow, yeah. I mean,
because if Fordham needs, looking the way I see it, Fordham needs 4 points on Charleston. So far, they have that. That's in the bag. So Fordham is going to move into 8th place if they can hold on in this race. That means that Boston College would get bumped. College of Charleston would move into 9th. But if Boston College can squeak out this victory by 2 points or more, then they'll bump College of Charleston from 8th place down to 10th.
right. Yeah, it looks like SUNY's just not. I don't think they're making it after this
They're
one.
not.
No. Yeah.
Not on the last downwind here. They're not going to be able to.
It's really a squeak between Charleston and Boston College.
Yeah, and Fordham. I mean, Fordham still has to close it into the end here.
Right. Which, just taking a look.
Based off the last couple finishes we've seen, I wouldn't count anything out.
I don't know. They've got a pretty strong lead here.
Yeah.
I think, personally.
They're comfortable-ish. I mean.
I think they are.
I think
they're
so.
relatively punched.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. They're pretty good.
Wait.
Are you looking at the
That's
victor?
15. Oh, they're in 3rd. They're in 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's.
So Fordham gets 3 points after this.
I see him in. I got him in 2nd. I think it's going to be my professional.
Oh,
pick,
interesting.
right, and then I've got Roadies in 3rd.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah.
Yes. Fordham 2nd. So let's say that puts on 2 points. That'll be 211 points, right?
Yes.
211 points. Then Boston College looks like they potentially have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd say I'd give them a 5. 211, 212 points. That's the drama.
Yeah.
Charleston now. Now let's not forget about Charleston here. These are Charleston's who we got to be looking at right now, because I think that we have a locked in 2 and 5. I need to find boat 16.
Boat 16 on your screen. It's on the left side, so it's the 3rd left boat from the edge of your screen right now. I mean, they've got a lane. They don't really have a lot of people around them, but man, we just haven't seen a lot of all-inspiring confidence from that side of the course.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. Isn't the pin favored at the finish?
It is. The pin end of the finish is favored.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a tough spot.
So there's Hobart finishing.
Beautifully done by Hobart.
15th.
Nice way to end their regatta, quite honestly. Beautiful way to end the regatta. Boat 2, Fordham, coming into that pin.
Yeah.
Did they just do it?
They've got it. Now in 12th, we've got Rhode Island. Or sorry, not 12, but in 12 we have Rhode Island. They're gonna get a third.
That's it. They're on to the finals.
They're locked.
Amazing.
In 13 we have Georgetown that you can hear below us. And then here's 14. Here's BC. So this is what we need. We need to know the point spread here between 14 and boat 16. So 14.
16 needs to catch boat 18 right now.
They need
like,
to stay
pressure is on.
Yeah, they need to stay in front of boat 18 here.
Oh, that's a tough windward heel out of that jibe. You want a jibe match right now. You're 16.
Yeah.
You need to finish in front of 18 and 6.
6. You need to finish there. And they're not. And they're there it is. 16. That's just on the edge. So that is 3 points.
Okay.
Right?
16.
Okay.
Oh
So
my goodness.
let's think some math here. So they had 2 points on them.
They had 2 points on Boston College. Is that not a tie?
I think they might be tied.
Oh, gosh. Okay, let's go head to head here and take a look at what we're working with.
We're going to need to wait for the official results pushed out.
Plus, we're not sure about protests, right?
Well, so I've heard that the majority of the protests have been dropped. But I think what we need to do is cut over to the Easterns as quickly as we can because the FJs have very similar drama, right?
I'll tell you what, though. I'm looking at the results. BC and Charleston both have 1 first place. No, BC has 2 first places.
So that would be in a tie. It would go to BC is what we're looking at. So, oh man, that's close. Incredible. Right at the end to clinch it, huh?
That is tough sailing, I'll tell you what.
It is. It really is.
But I'd love to, here we go. Here are some of those results.
Yeah, so here we go. This is the Eastern results. We're going to cut to this race right after. But let's just recap, everyone, and show you where you're at. So we want to start looking just right here with number 9. That's Tulane University, right on the edge. They got a 3-point gap between them and Roger Williams, right? Webb is sitting there. I mean, Webb mathematically isn't out, but for our purpose, they're pretty much out. So really, it's just Roger Williams and Tulane.
Okay, I just heard scores for 13B have been entered for Western. I'm hitting refresh like a crazy person.
But, so in this race, in the Easterns, right, we need to see what the gap between Tulane and Raj is. So my binoculars here, but I'm going to try and see if I can figure out where these guys are.
If I was not mistaken, Tulane was in 2nd place in this race. So you want to be looking for Tulane, who's in boat 17. I'm sorry, not Charleston, but Cornell in 16, and Roger Williams in 4.
So Cornell is looking like they're in 3rd. Tulane here is right behind them in 4th.
Wow.
Yeah. And Roger Williams is a bit deeper. He looked like a 7th or 8th in this race so far.
It looks like. Wow.
And so here we go.
Real quick, we're going to take a look at those Western results. Looks like Fordham Rams just found their way into the top 9 with 211 points. URI also clinched it. And it looks like BC beat out the Charleston Cougars by 1 point. They made it onto the finals with 212 points, followed by the Charleston Cougars with 213 points. And unfortunately, New York Maritime also in 11th with 220 points. What a stellar job by all those teams. But congratulations to BC for really sailing their way in that last race, as well as Fordham. Fordham had easily one of the best sets as a team I've ever seen.
Yeah, just incredible work from them.
All right, let's take a look at this race. Yeah.
We've got, Tulane here, right, in boat 17. So they're looking good. Roger Williams is not looking great. They're just not up high enough right now.
That'll do it.
Yeah, so I think, I don't know what the spread, we just looked at the results. I don't think the spread is there in Cornell. I think Tulane is fairly comfortable.
Oh, wow. I don't know what happened with Cornell there.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Tulane is comfortable. Tulane has 241 points.
Yep.
Roger Williams with 244. Webb with 250 and Cornell with 252.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened with Cornell there, but
So Tulane just needs to hang on in this race, right? Not do
Right.
anything stupid. Stick to the conservative approach,
Right.
right? Don't be in the middle of the race course, but stay somewhere where, you can't find yourself stuck out on a shift and losing it all. And I say that too. We're sailing into the finish, so they don't have really any of that left to do. They just need to not pretty much flip their boat over,
right.
and they'll drift across the race course to the finish.
Right. And now I got to say it. Yesterday, well done. Boat 6 finishing that race in first.
It's Tufts, right? The Jumbos?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Boat 6, yep, that's Tufts Jumbos. 16.
That is Cornell.
That is Cornell. What a great
mean,
race to end it on,
yeah.
though.
But not enough. There goes Tulane.
Well done, Tulane.
16, Cornell's sailing over to the race committee. I think they have a protest. I don't know who they have to complain about. They're up there. There's only 2 other boats up there with them.
Oh, man, listen to this news. Are you ready? My fun fact of the day. Kyle Assad got this race off with 32 seconds left in the time. He had 32 seconds left, and he got it off.
Oh, my gosh.
What a legend.
Yeah, wow. Very well done by him.
Kyle, you're a total legend. Wow. 32 seconds left.
Yeah.
I'd be going nuts.
Nuts.
So, folks,
That concludes the semifinals, huh?
that is it.
And my time here with you, Gloria.
Oh, Charlie. That's such a bummer. So, fun fact, Charlie did coach at St. Mary's for a little bit.
I did.
You did.
I had a blast in the county.
In the county. Very nice. But yeah, so, man, I guess that's it. Well, I got to say, biggest congratulations to all the teams that are moving on to the finals. We're very hopeful that we will have good breeze when the time comes tomorrow. There's Kyle Assad, living legend, PRO of the Team Race National Championship and the Open Fleet Race National Championship, with only 32 seconds to go until he can start off that last race. Folks, he did it. He did it.
It really is great.
It's the look of the stash, I think.
It is. It is. I
Personally.
think he kind of knows what he's doing, you know? So, it just...
No, he crushed it, quite
Yeah,
honestly.
he
That
did.
was super impressive. I mean, I'm not sure I could have done that, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll go right into the post show.
Amazing.
The U.S. Merchant Marine Academy really is the world's best kept secret.
This is the best of both worlds, combining military academies and the maritime academies.
Our core values are respect, honor, and service.
My academic background is very rigorous.
You spend 300 days at sea on commercial ships.
You receive a Bachelor's of Science degree, your third mate's or your third engineer's license, and then a commission into the Naval Reserve.
It's challenging, but that's the reason I came here.
We are the next generation of leaders for this country.
All right, welcome back and welcome to the West Coast Sailing Post-Race Show. Awesome. Well, Charlie, let's talk about what we just saw out there.
I don't even know if I can. I'm still on edge. I mean, that was really, really intense. Incredible sailing. I just can't help but feel for Charleston. I live down there now. Pull for a few of those Cougars. I mean, what a way to lose it right at the end by 1 point.
Yeah, I think that's something always difficult is losing by that 1 point. You know, it makes you think, what if I wasn't over that race? What if I just had not had that bad tack? Oh, it's always a tack.
Extended too much. It's always a tack. It's always a tack or one bad downwind. But
right. Yeah. Here you see all the sailors are finally returning to the dock. It's been a long day. These days are exhausting.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 a.m. start time, cranked out races all day long. Well done again to Kyle. And some of these sailors have been sailing for 9 days straight now. Some of them going on day 10 tomorrow, which is longer than most regattas anywhere.
Yeah. Longer than most people should be sailing.
Yeah, probably. So we're hopeful that they're staying hydrated. So some of those teams that were right on the cusp today, it was, we were seeing Cornell, Roger Williams, and Tulane all battling it out in the Eastern. In the Western, we saw BC, Charleston, Fordham, SUNY Maritime, URI all duking it out.
Yeah.
This whole evening.
And here we go. Yeah, right? So here's your Western semifinal results. So first overall is Georgetown with 179 points. You could hear them celebrating on the dock at the end of that one. But in second place, we have Harvard with 181 points. In third is Dartmouth with 184. In fourth is Stanford with 193 points. In fifth, Bowdoin, tied for Stanford with 193 points. Sixth place, Coast Guard, 199, keeping it under 200. And then in 7, we have Rhode Island, 204 points. They pulled it out, started to get a little bit more comfortable at the end. In 8th place, Fordham with a massive come from behind. Just rocket themselves up from 10th to 8th in one set, one race, an A and B set, and that's all it took. And they finished with 211 points. We have in 9th, Boston College with 212. And then just outside, we have Charleston with 213, followed in 11th by New York Maritime with 220, Florida State in 12th with 283, Old Dominion in 13th with 287, Connecticut 14th, 289, Hobart Williams Smith 291 in 15th, Santa Barbara with 315, Wisconsin with 392, and following out Michigan with a very satisfying 400.
I love it. Yeah. Honestly, all these teams definitely worked really, really hard to complete their races. And it was definitely very exhausting days. And, I can't help but have the utmost respect for them, So it's total team effort. And I think if I had to pick my highlighted or the coolest person, not coolest person, but if I had to highlight a team from today's Western semifinals, I think the team that I would highlight is Fordham. I think they had a baller last set for A and B division, and I think that's like my star players of the day.
Well, here's the Eastern graphics. Corey, you want to run us through these?
Yeah, let's go for it. So in first, we have the Yale Bulldogs, 121 points. In second, the St. Mary's Seahawks with 146 points. In third, we have Brown with 157. Fourth, Tufts Jumbos, 166. Fifth, Navy Midshipmen, 181. Sixth, Penn Quaker, 198 points. Seventh, MIT Engineers, 199 points.
I've been told these are missing a race, so we're not there yet.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah. I know. But I don't think, right, looking at these, I don't think we saw anything that shook this up, right? We saw Tulane get the job done. And so I'm pretty confident that while we don't have the right numbers, this is going to be your top 9 that go on tomorrow.
That is correct. Yeah, so right at that, in 9th place, we know, I'll just continue it on because I think this is all locked in either way. And I'm just going to be confident in this. I'm not sure who beat who, Penn or MIT, but I'll tell you that these are the top 9 teams that qualified. Navy Midshipmen, Pennsylvania Quakers, MIT Engineers, UMiami Hurricanes, and Tulane Green Wave. Right behind them, we have the Roger Williams Hawks, Webb Institute Clippers, Cornell Big Red, GW Buff and Blue, BU Boston University Terriers, 15th North Carolina State Wolfpack, 16th Kings Point Mariners, 17th Jacksonville Finns, and 18th Eckerd Tritons. So, the biggest round of applause to all the sailors. These are grueling events, and it's tough. Jinx.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, and as he said, those aren't the final results. And there is one outstanding protest in the Eastern FJs. So we're not sure when we'll see the results, but, Gloria is dead on about who's going on tomorrow and, who's got a long ride home.
Yeah. No, it's always a difficult thing, is the going home aspect. Yeah. We've all been there. Maybe not you. I don't know. No. Have you? Okay, we've been there. You know. So
we had a long ride home from St. Mary's to KP actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In the qualifier. It's a long drive too.
Actually, you know what I think about it though? I don't think I sailed at that one, but it happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know how we got over it? We stopped and went go-karting as a team.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
No, honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world because if you get booted, and then you book the wrong flights, you kind of get to stick around in the city for 2 more days.
Yeah, I mean, especially here right now with the weather, I would be on the first train into Manhattan. Go see the sights. Go get some good food. Some proper pizza.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me, what's the best pizza place in Kings Point?
In Kings Point, I don't know.
KP, right near here.
There is none here.
What do you mean? You told me yesterday there was.
No, in New York. You got to take the train.
What are you talking about? I asked you about near here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go take the train into the city.
No, you got to get on Long Island Railroad and take the train
it.
to the city.
You can
Rose's Pizza in Penn Station, but they're renovating, so you can't get it.
Oh, you
anyways.
told me there's a place, a couple you can name near here.
There's a few. There's a good buffalo chicken place. I don't remember their name.
4 years here. Come on, man.
We didn't get out much. They didn't let us out and run around.
That's good stuff. Amazing.
Well, that'll sum it up. I mean, there's a lovely view of the Kings Point waterfront. And a huge shout out and thank you to the entire Kings Point waterfront staff. I mean, every single person I talked to, the ones, whether or not their names that they've always been so involved with it.
So sweet as well. And here are our updated scores for the Eastern semifinals. And first, the Yale Bulldogs with 122 points. And second, the St. Mary's Seahawks with 159 points. And third, the Brown Bears with 162. And fourth, the Tufts Jumbos with 170. And fifth, the Navy Midshipmen with 192. And sixth, the Pennsylvania Quakers with 206 points. And seventh, MIT Engineers with 211 points. And eighth, UMiami Hurricanes with 225 points. And ninth, Tulane Green Wave, 257 points. In 10th place, Roger Williams Hawks with 262 points. In 11th, Cornell Big Red with 266 points. In 12th, Webb Institute Clippers with 267 points. In 13th, George Washington Buff and Blue, 268 points. In 14th, Boston University Terriers with 321 points. In 15th, North Carolina State Wolfpack, 324 points. And 16th, Kings Point Mariners with 335 points. And 17th, Jacksonville Finns with 346 points. And in 18th, the Eckerd Tritons with 354 points.
All right. Well, in that, it concludes our coverage.
Well, Charlie, it's your last day with us. What are you going to say to all the college sailors tomorrow? And, hello. And what could you, and what do you, who do you want to say thank you to?
As I started, the Kings Point Waterfront has, not only with this event and everything that they've done, they've offered me so many opportunities, and I will never be able to say thank you enough to them. And I just want to let them know, too, how, as an alumni, too, impressive it is to see this level of dedication that they brought to the sport. And they've been such a strong power for this sport for so long, and I'm so excited to see what Mike and Brendan are going to do with the team in the future. I think they have great heads on their shoulders. I would also like to thank you, Gloria, for inviting me out and letting me hang out with me for the last 2 days. It's been a treat. And to the sailors tomorrow, good luck, sail fast, and have fun.
Oh, that's so sweet. You want to thank your mom or something? Or mom and dad and
I'm
family?
going to see her later. But thanks, Mom.
Amazing. Well,
no, she was rooting for the Seahawks this whole week.
Oh, yeah.
She's not rooting for St. Mary's. Or she's not rooting for Kings Point.
Oh, man. Well, Charlie, it was such a pleasure. And I'll let you do the exit.
Oh, no. Is it just the cut? What was our exit, Gloria? You didn't prep me for this.
Thank you.
Thank you to West Coast Sailing, and this has been the West Coast Sailing Post Show.
Amazing. Good night, everybody.